think I've developed a pretty good reputation in the DA's office. I was asked to help take over representing Mr. Davis. And because of the fact that I'm now shifted my focus away from criminal defense towards personal injury, I don't have a large criminal practice anymore. So in essence, Mr. Davis has me 100%. And as a result of that, I said, you know what, let me jump on this case. I looked at it just from the reports, and I believe that Keefe was dealt a bad hand on this one, even though he may have dealt it himself at some point. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I was very eager to help with Mr. Davis's defense.
So when you first reviewed the case, were you looking more to what actually happened to Tupac, or how the story around Keefe D has been told over time?
So here's the part about interviewing an attorney prior to a trial that we're going to have to discuss a little bit about. And that is, there is the rules of professional conduct that precludes an attorney from discussing anything at all that might impact a potential jury panel. So of course, we haven't gone to trial yet. The panel hasn't even been selected. And so the State Bar of Nevada has been very clear about making sure that I don't discuss details of the case that potentially would be me sort of trying the case in the court of public opinion.
Right.
And so I can discuss with you things that are currently happening in terms of where we're at with the case, what we anticipate in terms of when it's going to go forward, and so forth. But I cannot run afoul of my ethical obligations as an attorney and discuss things that potentially could sway a potential panel one way or the other. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, absolutely. I totally understand it. The legal limitations.
Yeah.
And so but like I said, once again, so I would ask you this way then.
Sure.
How would you describe the current posture of the defense as we approach trial?
Well, here's the thing about it, right? This is a 30-year-old case, and there's been so many eyes on it. I believe I'm the fourth attorney that's represented Mr. Davis up until this point. I think we had the Special Public Defender's Office with Charlie Cano. Then we had Carl Arnold, a private attorney. Then we had Bob Draskevich and Michael Pandulo, and then you have me. Obviously, there's been different perspectives on the case. I believe that the motion practice up until this point that's been filed with the court is accurate. Mr. Arnold has done a very good job of preserving Mr. Davis's rights with pretrial motions. And we are in the process of reviewing all of the discovery on the case from the time of the shooting in September of 1996 until the time that Mr. Davis gets arrested at his home when they show up to his home. And so in essence, we have, all this work that's out there. And one of the things we're doing over time is we are reviewing everybody's comment on it. So from books like, say this one.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking like I'm getting very familiar with East Coast, West Coast hip hop. Things that, I listened to the music, but never understood the history.
Okay.
So there is definitely a lot of details leading up to and after the shooting of Tupac.
Okay.
That I believe are things that fundamentally a person would need to know and understand.
Absolutely.
Properly represent Mr. Davis. But as of this particular point, the posture of the case is we're ready to go to trial. Like I said before, I don't have any other criminal cases. I tell people all the time when they ask me, why'd you take on this case? I said, well, I love criminal defense. I love trying cases in the public. And this was the kind of case that I thought needed 100% focus on. And I don't know if he's had that up until this point from any of his attorneys for very different reasons, caseload and, business reasons and all kinds of other things. And for the first time ever, Mr. Davis has an attorney that's 100% all in on this one case. And that's where we're at right now.
Okay. You said that you're ready to move forward in this case tied to Tupac's murder without delay. What gave you confidence to take that position?
Our review of the discovery up to this point, the motion practice that's been filed. Like I said, we're in position to try this case because an attorney will mess up by announcing that kind of thing without looking at everything. And so we've always had the practice here that we don't make that kind of announcement unless we're absolutely sure. Now, of course, this is a 30-year-old case with multiple fingers in the pot. People over time that have contributed to the case on some level, shape, and form. But we are very comfortable. We've tried federal cases here where we've had clients invoke on a 60-day status, speedy trial rights to go to trial and say on a federal case, a federal public corruption case, for instance, and you just buckle down. You shut down the entire firm and you focus on the one case. And that's what we've been doing. So as a result, we've turned over, every rock. We've looked at every page of every document up until this point in preparation of, determining where we're going to go with it. Do we ask for a continuance because we need it? Or are we ready to go forward trial? And I'm just telling you right now, I'm all for freeing Keefe. I think at this particular stage, this was like a raw deal dealt against them. I don't believe that the district attorney's office, on a political level, I think they did this for political reasons. And so as a result, we want Keefe to go to trial because Keefe shouldn't be in custody.
Okay.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car.
And I can understand without getting into really specifics. You said the DA did it for political reasons. I did an interview with Tupac's father, Billy Garland, on the Art of Dialogue. I don't know if you've seen that interview, but it's over 1 million views. And I asked him that same question in regards to, and he had something to say in regards. He said, well, they had the same evidence that they had back then in around what 2000 and, or should I say 98, 2008 or whatever, when Keefe D was allegedly given some kind of proffer deal, but they chose not to charge him at that particular time. So with you saying that the DA is moving more for political reasons, expound on that.
Well, I think it's low-hanging fruit, right? I mean, you have a case like this that's hanging out there where the victim in this case has international recognition. And you say, for instance, 4 years ago when this sort of started accumulating, sort of percolating with the district attorney's office here in Clark County, I think, at that particular point, there is a discussion. Do we spend the resources on a case like this or not? And typically what it boils down to isn't justice for Tupac. It's what points do we score on behalf of our office for somebody who's a political figure? I mean, Steve Wolfson runs for office. He runs for office every 4 years. There's been comments over the years about Steve Wolfson not being very hard on crime. And that's not coming just from, the lay person. This is coming from police officers and the like. And so why not pick low-hanging fruit? Why not go after a case like this where, this would help him with re-election purposes. Now, he didn't have an opponent. He ran unopposed, or he doesn't have to run this time around because he's unopposed. But I think on some level, that's the real question. And I think I would echo with Tupac's father on that particular issue. So
the political aspect is more of the motivation than it is having justice for Tupac and his family, from your perspective.
I'm telling you right now, I think we all want justice for Tupac. We want the right justice for Tupac. We want the right person to be held accountable for what happened to Tupac Shakur. Absolutely.
So would it be fair to say that moving forward quickly, would it suggest that your confidence in the case, how does it benefit the defense in regards to Keefe D's case and moving forward? Like you said, you're ready to move forward. How does it, benefit his case, if you can call it moving forward quickly, as he's been in prison since 2023?
Right. Here's the problem with the analysis on some level is that we sort of make the time that he spent in there sort of like a secondary thought. The man's been sent in custody. Every day he's in there is a day he should not be in there. So when you take that sort of understanding, you ask yourself the next question, all hands on deck, what can we do to make sure we're prepared to represent the man the best way that he should be represented? You look through all the discovery, you review everything, you make sure that you have your ducks in a row, you look at potential legal arguments and motion practice. And in this particular case, we've done all that. And so we are ready to go. If I could have moved the date up, I asked the court that. Of course, everyone sort of got a giggle out of that idea, but there's a messaging behind it. And the messaging behind it is very clearly this. Like, dude, Keefe should not be in custody. He ends up with a battery by prisoner case while he's in there. And if you looked at the video in that case, I'm not sure what happened in that case, but that man picks up a felony charge while he's in there he's now doing prison time, waiting for his opportunity to go before a jury on the accusations that he's somehow responsible for the murder of, Shakur. What are we doing? You know what I'm saying? Like in that sense, it's all we're doing is we're putting a man behind bars that shouldn't be there. I think we've done a disservice to Keefe and his family by delaying, punting down the line with the same sort of thing. Oh, I need time to review the discovery and catch up and be up to speed. Not that they talk like that. I mean, these are all my colleagues, and I love them all to death. I love them all.
Right. So you're talking about the other attorneys that were representing him, or particularly Pandulo and Droskowitz, correct?
Well,
when they came on the case,
I think everyone that got on the case initially got on the case with the standard playbook of, hey,
okay,
time to review the discovery, which is it's a standard operating procedure for most attorneys.
Absolutely.
And once again, it's done because there's caution, right? You want to make sure you've done everything you can leading up to the trial.
Right.
My practice has always been a little different, and let me explain the reason why. The speedy trial right under the Constitution is a constitutional right that we fight for when we send troops overseas, when we do things on behalf of the United States of America. And the problem is when you advise your client to give up that right, what you're doing is you're sort of just saying, it's not that important of a thing. Well, it is a huge important thing. In my practice, you never give up that right. Now, what will typically happen is we're working diligently leading up to the time of the trial. Say, for instance, we get to that point and we realize we need more time. That's when you ask to waive that speedy trial. That's when you sit down with your client and say, hey, here are the reasons why we need to continue. We need to get an expert. We need to double check this thing. We need to go to California to interview this person. Those are the only times in my practice that I would ever allow for a waiver of the speedy trial, but never before, because it's the duty of the attorney to get ready for trial for his client. And, logistically, yeah, you might have other cases in the hopper, but that's not your client's fault. Your client has one case, and it's the most important case in the world because it's his case. And as a result, I think that's the way I've been practicing, with all due respect to everybody else in their practices. I've always believed that that's the best route to go. And there are times when we ask for continuances and we ask the court or the attorney or not the attorney, but the client to waive his speedy trial rights. But it's never an automatic sort of playbook position. It's always done out of respect to the Constitution and out of respect to the client's rights. And so that's where we're at. So for me, moving this thing up, we would have been more prepared, quite honestly, to get this thing done more quickly. I think the longer it takes on something like this, the more chatter, the more people who have opinions. Everyone's gonna have an opinion about something. You're right. And as a result, I just don't know if that serves the greater good. I don't think it serves Keefe's interests, quite honestly, for any further delay. So, once again, going back to Mr. Davis and his family, they're going through a lot. They had to basically relocate as a result of what happened in terms of the arrest and people coming forward and hassling them and chasing them basically out of Las Vegas. I think on some level, those are the kinds of things that you don't understand the cost that's involved when a person's accused of a crime and the family's involved and, they have to make adjustments, and that's horrible.
Now, I got one challenge for you. Try Whisper Flow once.
like I said, I can respect that. But now some people would argue, and have argued online as well as elsewhere, that it was Keefe D who placed himself in this position. And one end, he was given a deal, right, where he wasn't prosecuted in Los Angeles. he was given a deal, which was considered some kind of profit deal. Nobody knew about it until the DVD murder rap came out. Then we come to understand that even after that, and I wanted to ask you about this because I think it's very important. Um, in advising Keefe D, you weren't advising him at that time, but when he came to Las Vegas to speak to the Metropolitan Police Department without any kind of projection, because what I understand is they're using part of that statement that he gave them in the confession. Because earlier you did say some of it was partially Keefe D's fault. You did admit that. How do you explain that to the viewers as well as to help them understand and what you're saying as far as what Keefe D's family has gone through, as well as what Tupac's family has gone through, versus what Keefe D has exposed himself to by talking?
Well, I mean, obviously, I think on some level, Keefe D's regretting just even speaking without attorneys present. And once again, I think a lot of this, in terms of those types of details, goes back to the facts of the case that would end up being in front of a jury anyhow. So there's only so much I can comment on. I'm just letting you know, my comment practice is always, you don't talk to police. There's never anything good that comes out of it. I've made it a practice over the years that I don't represent snitches. I am not the kind of person that would advise someone to snitch on somebody else, because I've always been of the opinion that, hey, you going with somebody else on something,
Right.
fight or die together, right?
Oh,
it's an
right.
agreement. Now, at the end of the day, if my client chooses to do something in his own self-interest, I can't step in the middle of that either. I'm his attorney, but I don't advertise. I don't tell people that, I condone that kind of behavior, because I don't. On something like this, for instance, I don't know why people make comments that the way they do. If I was there, I don't know if we would be talking right now. If I was there in 2008 or 2009 or 1998, or I don't know if we'd be having this conversation, because I think on some level it would be a very polite no to whoever it is that's requesting an interview with Keefe D, if I was his attorney at the time. But I think, once again, those are details that will come out during the course of the trial that will be important for a jury, and I just can't comment on it in such a way that would get me in trouble ethically with the State Bar of Nevada.
I totally understand that, but I think your answer was definitely effective, and so for the people who can understand that. But on some when you deal with the in dealing with Greg Kading and them, right? Some people would say, well, Keefe D did snitch, and he did volunteer information and volunteered to go set up Von Zip and so on. Like, all of this right here that we're discussing right here is public information. You see what I'm saying?
Sure,
So
sure.
It's public information that he did cooperate with the government and so on and so forth. And you're saying that you wouldn't represent a snitch. Are you basically saying that Keefe D basically was doing something in his self-interest at that particular time?
When someone commits a crime, they're doing it all for self-interest, right? Unless you're Robin Hood. That's it. But outside of that mythical character, for the most part, when we're involved in something like that, it's for self-interest. So yeah, I don't know what was in the mind at the time when these things were done that would tell somebody that that's okay to do. I just know at the end of the day, in this particular regard, yeah, why are we here? Because Keefe D wrote a book. Keefe D made statements. That's why we're here. You sit there and you're like, well, I would never have done that before my client, but I'm telling you, brother, it's one of those things where, I think that when you see the trial unfold, you'll understand. I'm not afraid of those things. I'm not afraid of the comments that were made before. They are what they are. They're like the blue sky and the clouds outside of my window. It is what it is, and you handle it accordingly. And we'll get to, once again, the main question is this justice for Tupac? And the answer is no, this is not justice for Tupac. Does that help?
Yeah, no, I think that's like I said, that's a fair answer as much as you can give us, and I think you're giving great answers. Like I said, you've ducked nothing, so I really appreciate that. This case involving Tupac Shakur includes years of public statements, like you just said, interviews and narratives tied to Keefe D. Right? How does the defense approach that kind of material? If you can get into that, how do you approach that kind of material?
Well, let me get from the technical trial lawyer point of view.
Okay.
Just because it's out there in the public doesn't mean it's admissible in court, right? So as a result of that, what typically happens is you instruct the jury to pay no attention to anything outside of what's presented in court as evidence in the case. You are asking them basically to sort of sequester themselves in their minds from what's being chattering outside the door of the courtroom and focus on what's being testified to on the stand and presented to them in terms of pictures and diagrams and that kind of thing that the court will allow in. With that being said, all of the stuff that's happened up to this point will require a pretty good voir dire of the panel to determine who, regardless of what they've heard, maybe read, maybe they've seen the, say 50 Cent's documentary, and it sort of infers other people that potentially could be involved in the murder of Tupac. Could you still be a fair and impartial juror having heard that information, right? Because of the fact that he's Tupac is such a well-loved musician, and his music has resonated even up until today, that would require an individual, hopefully, to tell the truth and say, yes, I can still be fair and impartial to both the state of Nevada as well as the defense to Mr. Davis, and weighing all the evidence, even though I do know that, Tupac was a rap artist and I like his music, and he did die in Las Vegas. And I did read an article about it, and I did watch 50 Cent's documentary. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
It's not perfect. We can't go out to some island somewhere where no one's ever seen the internet and say, hey, we're picking 12 people out of this island to come in here and represent a jury. So as a result of that, we're trying our best with the system that we have in place, and you have to ask people to tell the truth and say, can you be a fair and impartial juror to both the state of Nevada as well as to Mr. Davis in weighing all the evidence? And that's all you can do. So everything that's been published out there, like I said, these books that we've been reading, and let me give you another one here. This one's kind of an interesting book, like this one right here, for instance. You get all these things, but that it's in the public forum. People are talking about it. That's in the podcast, and all you can ask for is for jurors to be open and honest as to whether or not they could be fair and impartial.
So just to be clear, even if something about Tupac's murder has been repeated for years, that doesn't necessarily mean it holds up in court.
Correct, because it has to go through the evidentiary rules, and it has to be allowed by the court. The judge will have to make a determination as to whether or not it comes in, and there's technical reasons as to why something can or cannot come in to be considered as evidence before a jury. And that's why you have attorneys. You have attorneys who will fight over the rules of evidence, and will tell judges why the judge should or should not allow for certain documents or certain testimony to come into play. So yeah, even though it might be sitting on a billboard, literally right outside the courthouse, right? It's like,
Right.
It doesn't matter. You come into court and that billboard is not admissible, or it is. I don't know. It just depends on the situation and the judge calling balls and strikes about the rules of evidence.
Now,
alert, radar contact, enemy.
Shout out to Delray. Delray, you asking some good questions. Some good questions, my man.
that's very key that you said that, because it brought me to another a follow-up with that. So, as the trial, since Keefe D's been arrested, I believe there's been two motions. A motion to dismiss the case in its entirety, and also the motion to suppress the evidence. Both motions were unsuccessful. Do you think that puts the defense kind of behind the eight ball as far as leverage, and more towards, and I wouldn't say that you would be thinking about this, more towards some kind of a plea deal, based on the fact that the evidence that was collected at his home, that whatever they collected, because like I said, we don't know of everything that they collected, and that was allowed to be let in, as well as the motion to throw the case out. Do you think that puts the defense in somewhat of a difficult position?
No. So there's different types of practice, how people practice criminal defense, and we have attorneys who are very good at filing motions.
Okay.
And sometimes motions are done in such a way that isn't necessarily helpful to the trial attorney. And what I mean by that is sometimes you telegraph punches to the state that is either stuff that should just be addressed during the course of the trial that you know full well isn't probably going to be granted, or what you're doing in the alternative, you're strengthening the state's case by sort of riddling away
Asking
the
certain
weak
questions.
stuff, the stuff that, quite honestly,
Don't matter.
you look at and you realize, maybe the state can't prove that beyond reasonable doubt, right? Maybe these things they cannot prove beyond reasonable doubt. There are attorneys that sort of prepare cases for appeal before they even go to trial. I have always been of the practice that you file necessary motions to preserve a client's rights. So, for instance, in certain murder type cases, especially ones that are seeking the death penalty, there are obligatory motions that should be filed in every case, even though you know they're not going to be granted, but you lay the record because of the fact that it's a death penalty case.
Absolutely.
And other motions that you file because you want to make sure that you clarify maybe one or two issues, and do it for strategic reasons. But at the end of the day, I'm here to win a trial. I'm not here to
Get 'em
file
down.
motions that I don't believe is going to be helpful in that endeavor.
Right.
A motion to dismiss the case in its entirety, I think it's a legitimate motion. That motion was filed by Carl Arnold. In review of that motion, I agree with that motion. I think technically there were things about the case in terms of the way that the district attorney's office and Metro had handled themselves that I believe should have led to a dismissal of the case based upon the arguments that Carl Arnold made in his motion. I think that was a righteous position to take, and that's what a position that I would take as well. The motion to suppress the stuff that was in the search, I really don't care. At the end of the day, it's one of those things that I don't know if it would help me win my case if it was suppressed.
Okay.
And so as a result, what I'm saying, there's
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. I get it. Like I say, different lawyers approach different cases different ways, and like you said, some motions are worthy and some motions are unworthy, and then some motions are generally made to protect the case for the long run, for a possible appeal, making sure you dot your I's and cross your T's as far as your client's concerned.
right.
Yeah,
And-
I totally.
And I think on some level, that takes experience, and it just takes a pretty good knowledge of the system and how it works, and in terms of the rules of the courtroom, the rules of law with regards to evidence and how it's going to be presented in front of a jury. All those things come into play as to whether or not certain motions should be filed or not. And once again, that's all to the purview of the attorney, right? The attorney is the one who sets the strategy. The attorney is the one who should be knowledgeable in the law and the procedure and the rules. And then makes a decision. What are we trying to do here? And like I said, at the end of the day, our number one goal is for justice to be served for Tupac, but it doesn't, at this particular point, mean that Keefe D should be in prison at all, because
Absolutely.
it's not about Keefe D. It's not about
Now, I like I said once again, I respect your position. I have to ask this though, understanding that the motion from January dealt with Keefe D receiving some kind of proffer deal or some kind of immunity deal. The motion that Carl Arnold filed in January 2025 was to basically dismiss the whole case, and it was hinged on the fact that Keefe D would have to put up some kind of agreement, or the agreement that he had a deal with Greg Kading, the U.S. Attorney's Office, or whoever he had to deal with at that particular time. Understanding that the case happened in the state of Nevada, right? Keefe D, if he would have put up that document, me or you wouldn't be sitting here talking at this particular time. What happened? What do you think happened?
The irrefutable thing that I cannot get around is the fact that my client published a book.
Okay.
And so to me, that's where it gets muddled, right? Because I think up until that point, even Greg Kading and him sort of publishing his book in 2011 or something like that, and saying all the things he did in the book, and sort of disclosing the interview and having that out there in the public forum.
Mm-hmm.
I think that still would have been a clean issue for Mr. Davis, but because he stepped into the public forum to publish a book, I think that's where we have the problem. That's where things get muddy in terms of the
maybe if he'd have just did
the alleged proffer and the agreement and so forth. Once again, why people do what they do sometimes. I understand that maybe taking care of family, thinking you're sort of at the end of your time. You know, he's going through cancer in 2014. You know, who knows? I don't know. All I know is if I was there during that time period, you know, in terms of him making the decision to jump into the public forum,
Mhm.
to have a, you know, to further put in more information or discussion about who kills, you know, Tupac Shakur, man, I would have told him, man, just go get a job.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
because
I think you have yeah, go get a job. But more importantly, um, it seems to me like he had a gentleman's agreement. It
dude,
was
so
more of a gentleman's agreement than it was actually a proffered deal, and it was, hey,
If I tell you this, you don't, you don't, you don't book me. That's what that was about. We back. Let's get into
You
the
know what?
episode.
You give us everything you got. We won't prosecute.
We won't prosecute.
It's supposedly he even said this on the Art of Dialogue that he had a with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and he was talking about that. But more importantly than that, it wasn't even that. He went to talk to the Nevada, police, and then had no kind of deal in place. And I believe they have it on tape that they said in the beginning you haven't been promised anything because there's a partial audio in regards to that. Would you say that it was more of a gentleman's situation because he couldn't put? I mean, the motions was denied based on the fact that he couldn't present the actual documentation.
Right.
Kind of agreement. So it had to be some kind of gentleman's agreement.
Damn.
Well, that's the problem. I mean, we're talking criminal cases here. We're talking about potential allegations.
Right.
The person walking in, there's no such thing as a gentleman's agreement, man. I don't care who you are. I don't care if we're best friends. If you're
Right.
and I'm a potential suspect in a murder, there's no gentleman's agreement. I want that thing in writing, brother.
Absolutely.
That's how it works. And there should be a healthy distrust and skepticism for people in law enforcement. Why? Not because you don't believe that they're dirty necessarily, but just because you want to make sure that everyone's playing by the rules. And at the end of the day, police officers are not computers, right? They're not without bias and bad days and motivations and stereotypes, just like every other human being. And as a result of that, this gentleman's agreement thing, it's gotta be, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, there's something about it. Just, no gentleman's agreement. Once again, I think the problem is that, that was a motion heard before the court, and the court had made its ruling, and I respect the ruling of the court on that particular issue.
Absolutely.
I think ultimately at the end of the day, what's going to end up happening is that whether or not that's evidence in the case, I don't know. The court will have to make that call when the time is right, if that evidence is presented. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I just think you always hope that people will do the best for themselves. And sometimes what they consider to be best for themselves is not what you and I would recommend, but you have to respect it. And, for him to go in, who knows? Maybe there was an agreement that, hey, we won't go after you if you just answer our questions for us. Doesn't preclude cops from lying. I mean, they're allowed to lie.
Absolutely.
To a certain point, they're not allowed to threaten you. They're not allowed to threaten your family. They're not allowed to do certain things, to coerce you into doing certain things. And I'm not there. You weren't there. So as a result, I don't know what happened in that room. But I'm telling you, gentleman's agreement. Ugh.
Yeah. But what you just said was very important because I think a lot of people in the YouTube sphere as well as the public, they always say that well, they lied to Keefe D. They lied to this, and I don't think they understand. And I'm so glad that you spoke on that. If you can speak on it again, that the police are allowed to lie to you.
They are allowed to fabricate if it leads to a confession. There's techniques that are in place. The Reed technique is a technique that's been around for, gosh, I don't know. I have a book right here actually on it.
Mm-hmm.
But the Reed technique is taught to law enforcement for interrogation and confessions. Law enforcement will back off of it if you put a person up on the stand and say, oh, well, we don't really teach the Reed technique, but they'll use parts of it. And once again, it's not necessarily to get to the truth, which is the problem with the technique. It's more this idea of getting to a confession.
Right.
And so it's like you walk in with your perceived goal, and your goal is this guy did it. And then you sit in a room with him for 2, 3, 4 hours, and you talk round and round and round until such time as he gives you exactly what you want. Sometimes that's the problem with these types of meetings, is you lie. You tell them you have something that you don't really have. You have DNA, or you have fingerprints, you got an eyewitness, you got these other things, and so you make the person go, oh crap, he's got this thing. Maybe he'll go easy on me if I just agree with him. And quite honestly, at the end of the day, even like in the Reed technique, they talk about false confessions. There are times that people will just admit to everything or anything, right? And come forward and say, I did it. And so as a result, how do we know that that when a person's sitting down with Metro and having a conversation about something that happened 5, 6, 12 years before, whatever the case was, that it's true. Well, there is ways for them to determine that. That would come out before a jury. That would be something that the jury would have to consider if it does go that route. And once again, a lot of this depends on the court's rulings on certain things, which, like I said before, I mean, I just can't get into it because I
Yeah,
don't.
absolutely. Yeah.
But you understand
Whether
the
they'll be admitted or not,
Right, but this is
whether
big-
the court admits it or not. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. So, there's been a lot said publicly over the years about Tupac's murder. Help people understand this clearly. What's the difference between something being said about Keefe D's involvement and it being legally proven in court? I think that's where we were going.
Okay, so once again, just because something is said doesn't necessarily make it evidence in a case. There are certain rules of evidence that is in any trial, whether it's civil or criminal, but especially on the criminal side, you have to be able to satisfy those rules of evidence before something is considered to be evidence to be given to a jury. And so as a result, and it's done, I think, with the understanding that, hey, we're trying to give the best information to a jury, right? So it's not like every Tom, Dick, and Harry that walks in and says, I think I have something to say about something. Does it follow within the rules of evidence? And so, these jurors could be walking into the courthouse and passing a whole bunch of people on the other side, holding up signs saying free Keefe, and on the other side, justice for Tupac, and on the other side, we love LAPD, and they'll walk in, right? That's not evidence. And they're told by the court that anything outside of this courtroom is not evidence. And anything that I tell you as the judge to this jury that is not evidence, you are to disregard and not think about it at all. That also includes me, my comments. The things that I say technically is not evidence. The evidence would be the testimony of the people up on the stand, their answers to my cross-examination, the pictures that will be presented, maybe some video, that kind of thing, And so what that does is it's supposed to, in theory, give a prospective jury the best information possible to make a decision as to whether or not the state has proven its case by the legal standard it's supposed to, right? Which would be beyond reasonable doubt.
In this case involving Tupac Shakur's murder, what does the prosecution actually have to prove against Keefe D?
Well, they would have to prove that Keefe D was part of the murder, meaning that he's the person who gave the okay or the order or encouraged or helped in the murder of Tupac Shakur. I don't think it's the trigger man idea, right? It's not like they're saying that he's the person who pulled the trigger on the gun that killed Tupac Shakur, but rather that he helped with the murder of Tupac Shakur and endorsed it, encouraged it, ordered it to happen.
But y'all gotta pay attention, yo. It's crazy because it's even in the court documents that he was trying to set up Vine Zip, which is Diddy's friend. Zip wound out losing his life, whatever the case may be, wound out losing his life. So the situation never happened. But one thing about it is the money was never passed off too. Zip's supposed to kept the money also. So that leaves the roadblock for Keefe D. He can't connect Diddy, but he could connect Reggie Wright, allegedly. And Reggie Wright could connect Diddy.
So that's where they're putting Keefe at.
So they basically that he was the shot caller.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
That's the word that they're basically using, the shot caller.
Yeah, I mean, and that's it. I mean, at the end of the day, that this would never have happened, the shooting and murder of Tupac Shakur, but for the fact that Keefe D ordered it, right? That's really where they're going, and they have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt.
But he basically told him that.
Hi, Mrs. Thompson. How can we help you today?
It looked like it's gonna be kind of hard for him to fight it because after all the stuff he admitted and came back and switched it to the truth after he said he had a proffer, which was in LA, not in Vegas.
So the defense doesn't have to prove what happened to Tupac. just that the case against Keefe D isn't proven beyond a doubt.
So there is a danger in every criminal trial where the public
Perception.
looks to the defense and says, they didn't say a single word. They never got out of their chair. I didn't hear him say anything. You know, for all the stuff that he said with Del Rey's interview, he didn't say a single word during the course of the trial, right?
Right.
Well, there's
I don't
danger-
think. Hold on. For the record, I don't think that's going to be you though.
Well, yeah, I was bored.
I'm just saying. I mean, no, because I mean, and like I said, this is just from being an attorney, not Keefe D's attorney, but just from being an informed attorney. A lot of the things that you're saying right now, and even saying, hey, you know what, if you were advising him at that particular time through certain durations of this whole process,
Told that nigga get a
you would have
fucking
said, hey
job.
man, like you said, go get a regular job, you know, and
Yeah.
do all of those things. And I just think that's great advice, and that's the reason why I say that.
Because the money.
I
was
appreciate
nothing.
you saying
He was
that. I
paid
you know, and
pennies.
once again, I know I can be a little lighthearted sometimes.
He basically saying he was paid pennies to go ahead to allegedly admit to committing the murder of Tupac Shakur.
And I know this is a serious subject, especially for the family of Tupac Shakur.
And Vlad, you out of pocket for paying a motherfucker that much. Whatever you paid, it wasn't a lot. But you making millions off this shit, and you couldn't even get that man a motherfucking million. You did wrong, Detective Vlad, allegedly.
I mean,
Absolutely.
and people who are supporting getting to the bottom in terms of what happened here and finding that justice for Tupac Shakur.
Right.
I don't ever want to come across like I'm being flippant about anything. It's just that you know, I've always believed in this idea that certain amounts of humor is actually helpful in making sure that we all sort of we're not caught up in the weeds and the emotions of certain things, and we just take a step back and then be able to regroup and look at something. With that being said, your question specifically about what was it again?
So the defense, well, basically what you guys have to, the defense not having to actually prove, you don't have to actually prove as the defense what happened to Tupac,
gotta
just that the
defend it.
case against Keefe D isn't proven beyond doubt.
Well, no, I mean, we have no burden whatsoever in this, and there's
Okay.
no responsibility at all for the defense to put up a case
Wow.
in
So he
defense
just gotta
of
sit
the
there
client.
and listen.
So, for instance, in in any case, the potential jury is informed and instructed that the defense has nothing,
To
no
say or
responsibility at all to the jury. The state of Nevada has charged the
They
case.
gotta prove it.
It's their burden to
That's
prove that case
crazy.
beyond a reasonable doubt to that jury.
Keefe D in a fucked up spot. And the thing about it, excuse my French, but this for y'all young bucks, y'all young boys that's trying to come up and commit the murders, admit the murders, commit murders and admit murders and all this. This what goes on. Y'all come on and do what y'all doing, and in order for y'all to get that deal, they promise y'all allegedly a lucrative deal for y'all to come on, for y'all to just publicize what y'all did. And y'all coming on tracks, admitting murders, saying who did what robberies. This is what happens. The lawyer can't defend you the way you want or the way he should. Y'all made it hard for him and yourself, and made it easy. Y'all gonna make it easier for the courts to roof y'all.
Jury. And they have that burden. And the way you would look at it is like, hey, if you get a copy of the complaint, the official charging document, charging Keefe D with being responsible for the murder of Tupac Shakur, and you're a juror, and that's all you get, and you're told, go back now and deliberate, based upon just having that document in front of you and nothing else, what would be the result of that?
You gotta prove
It
it.
would be a not guilty.
Right.
Because you have no evidence. There's nothing here that make you go, you know what, this is beyond reasonable doubt. Let's say, for instance, there is evidence, and I just sit there and I don't do anything at all.
Mhm.
The jury would still have to sit there and go, is this enough? Is this it? Is this beyond reasonable doubt? Because that's what they're instructed to do.
Right.
Now, will I have something to say about it? Absolutely. Why? Because I want to make sure that just because they ask a question, it may not be the entire question that needs to be asked. It may not be all the information that the jury needs to consider. So cross-examination becomes critical, right? And you're going after the cops. You're going after the detectives that's on this case. You're going after the process. And you're informing this jury that, hey, you don't have everything. Here's some other stuff you need to know. But even that is not necessarily
Too much information.
the responsibility of the defense. We're not there to put up a defense. We're there to challenge that the state of Nevada has not proven its case beyond reasonable doubt. And that's sort of the general idea of being a criminal defense attorney. Does that help?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said, I mean, there's no right or wrong answer, man. There's no right or wrong. There's no gotcha. There's no none of those things. So I think it definitely helps people who may not understand what's about to happen.
Yeah.
I think that's the most important part. What's about to happen, what to look forward to, versus what you feel and what the facts are. Because there's a difference between feelings and facts.
Amen.
And so, yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
And I think, there's a lot of there's a lot of content out in the world, right? And that content is movies and TV series. Like back in the day, it was like CSI. Miami, LA.
Right.
Las Vegas, right? It's like, you had all these things. And so people were sort of conditioned to sort of process information in very small segments of time, right? Within an hour, there's a crime
right.
And an answer to the crime, a resolution.
In 45 minutes.
That's right. 45
Right,
minutes
right.
with all the commercials, right?
Right.
And so that's the danger sometimes that we have with the general public, is that sometimes what happens is they think that that's how every case ought to be. And sometimes the answer is we just don't know. And once again, the state of Nevada has to prove beyond reasonable doubt, and that's a high burden. It's the highest burden we have in the law. It was established very specifically because our founding fathers said, hey, we'd rather let 10 guilty men free than one innocent man to be in custody. And they made it that way for the state to have to prove its case to that level. And so as a result of that, I think, we run into the danger sometimes of just sort of compartmentalizing things into a very neat sort of 45-minute package without the commercials. And that's really not how cases really are, especially something like this. It's going to get messy. It's going to get muddy. And at the end of the day, it's the kind of case that people look at and go, why are we even here?
Yeah, that's partially true. So now I got to ask you this, because back to the political statement that you made as far as the what was the guy named Williams?
So Steve Wilson is
Steve Wilson.
Yeah.
Explain to the viewers who Steve Wilson is, because I don't even know who he is.
Steve
Because
Wilson,
I don't think he's one of the prosecuting attorneys, correct?
no, but he's the boss of the prosecuting attorneys.
Okay, there you have it.
He's where the buck stops.
Okay, gotcha.
He's subject to 4-year terms. He's elected by the people of Clark County
Okay,
to serve as the district attorney. He's the face of justice in Las Vegas.
okay. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think that Las Vegas gave Keefe D the benefit of the doubt by not charging him years ago versus charging him now, based on the fact that he did write the book, that he did do so many interviews, that he did come out basically implicating himself as being involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur? Do you think that he was given more than a fair play, now that we know that there was no kind of agreement that he could put up in court, that he was given more of a fair chance than anybody else would have been given under those circumstances with a high profile murder case involving Tupac Shakur?
That he was given the benefit of the doubt by Steve
Yeah,
Wilson.
he was basically, I say there was an agreement between two jurisdictions, if you will.
Sure.
And that would be Los Angeles, right? He wasn't charged with Greg Kading and the U.S. attorney. And when he went to speak to, Nevada, the Metro Police, right? They didn't charge him then. And that brings me up to my next question, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about a 30-year gap since Tupac was killed, right? How does that kind of delay affect the case against someone like Keefe D, understanding that they had that evidence and Nevada didn't charge him back then versus charging him now after he spoke out? And so what I'm saying is, in that respect, do you think that he was given more of a fair shot than any other criminal defendant would have been given?
We had got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code.
That's what a deal he made with them niggas.
Time in this case has not worked for the defense. And let me tell you the reason why.
Okay.
Allegedly, in the car that Keefe D was in, the other 3 individuals are all gone. We can't have them called as testimony in this case to whether or not what Keefe D said was true. There's a lot of main figures in this that have all passed. Or they're in custody, or they're gone. They're in the wind, and we can't find them anywhere. That doesn't help anybody, and it doesn't help the ultimate goal here. And once again, I want to make sure that the goal is clear. I represent Keefe D. He should not be in custody. But there's a bigger or overarching goal here, and that is justice for Tupac. Because, look, everyone's going to agree, murder is wrong. I don't care what happens, murder is wrong. And in this particular case, shooting a young man in the prime of his life, regardless of how you feel about his music or what he's saying, is absolutely wrong. And this should have never happened to Tupac Shakur. So if we understand that, 30 years? Like, technology and everything else is different now. I mean, this is the kind of cold case that's horrific. It's not about DNA. It's not about blood samples. It's not about, anything. It's about words. And now we don't have people that are alive anymore. We don't have people that are available anymore to testify as to what they remember 30 years ago. It's a horrible thing. And so I think on some level there should have been responsibility here on behalf of the district attorney's office to really consider this case, because their policy is very clear. They won't charge a case unless they believe they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt from the time that they charge it that they can prove this case beyond reasonable doubt.
You were once a district attorney, correct?
No. I
You
just
never worked on it. You had district attorneys usually they work, the state side, then they go into private practice. You were never a district attorney?
And I tried to get into the district attorney's office. They said no. So I've been mad at him ever since. I'm just kidding. No, I've never been a district attorney. No.
Okay.
Or a public defender. I've always been a private retained criminal defense attorney.
Okay. No, the reason why I asked that question because there's, most people when I do, videos on YouTube and things like that, they always say, hey man, Keefe was crazy for talking. Why didn't he keep his mouth shut and all of those things? Mm-hmm. And so because there was a lot of things that the public didn't know. They didn't know that who he was until Murder Rap came out. They didn't know that they had somebody. I actually interviewed Tupac's cousin, Jamala Lisane, on the Art of Dialogue, and she was the first person at the hospital, her and Quincy Jones's daughter, when Tupac was shot. And when I interviewed her, she explained to me certain things that she thought, and I asked her a question in regards to, did anybody come and tell Afeni Shakur, her auntie, did they come and tell her that they had reached some kind of agreement with Keefe D involving his alleged confession at that time in regards to that? And she said no. It really puzzled me. And so that's the reason why I also asked the question in regards, do you think that, he was this 30 years had went by, 27, 20, 28 years it went by, and, everybody kind of knew what was going on other than the public, LAPD, allegedly the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the Metro. And then here we are, 2023, here comes this arrest based on the other factors of Keefe's book, doing interviews and basically implicating himself in the situation. I just thought all of those things, when you say it gets messy, I thought that's messy as hell, because Tupac's mother wasn't even informed that some kind of deal was reached in the homicide of her son.
I'm telling you now, I don't know what that deal would have been, but it would have been some sweet deal, because it's a murder. It's the most egregious crime that we have in the United States. And for someone to get an agreement to sort of be excused from that behavior and say, hey, no, don't worry about that. Horrible. I don't know how that could ever be a deal, in my opinion. That they would say, you know what, we're not going to prosecute you for an actual murder you committed. It just doesn't make sense to me. And of course, I'm a criminal defense attorney. that does not make sense to me. And so no, no, I don't understand how people would think on some level that Keefe D got that kind of deal at all. Because like I said before, it would have to be one of those things where they had him cold and they said, you know what, we're going to excuse the murder of Tupac Shakur. For what reason? Like, I don't even, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't understand how that could ever
Well,
happen.
I mean, it's in the public sphere, and basically, if you tell us what happened, we'll let you go. Because it came from Los Angeles, then it went to Las Vegas. If you tell us what happened, and they recorded everything that happened, as well as some statement that he allegedly gave in '98, saying, "Hey, Suge Knight and Death Row, you think that they had something to do with killing Tupac based on the fact that he was leaving Death Row." And that's how they started off that interview when they did it in Los Angeles. Now, the whole entire interview, as it relates to Metro, I haven't heard the whole thing, but there was some things that I had heard, and I was like, wow, So would it be fair to say that after that much time, it becomes harder to verify actually what happened that night?
Well, yes, of course. Time is definitely the one factor here that we can't get around, both us as well as the state of Nevada. But in terms of like the conversation, right? You walk in 30 years after the fact, hey man, we're not going to prosecute for this, but we just want to know the truth. Come on, dude. Like, to me, what was the motive of the incentive here, right? You have to ask yourself. When someone does that and they say, hey, we'll excuse this behavior if you tell us what's going on. What was the benefit to the person that's giving the statement? And that's really the question of the day.
Right.
And that's the thing. I don't know with regard to this particular case, whether that's the type of thing that will come into play with that jury. The judge will have to make that call, and the jury will hear the evidence if that is
absolutely. Yeah.
And then we could sit down after this and go, oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, and I think that's very important, because what we've heard, like you said, and that question came earlier. What we heard in the public was, and this is the thing that I didn't really understand. So, okay, you're charged with, I don't know if it was federally with some kind of drug offense that was the catalyst to get some kind of deal done or whatever, whatever it was. Like I said, we haven't seen documents to that effect, but whatever was done, that happened and was involved in Los Angeles. The alleged crime that Keefe D is a charge for, or being in concert with people, happened in Nevada. And so that's why I asked you that question, because I don't like, well, how does one have to do with the other? And like you said, you wouldn't have advised him to go to Metro to give any kind of statements, but in fact he did. And so that's the reason why I'm kind of troubled with that, and trying to give people an understanding of what that is from your perspective, being the attorney, of record at this particular point.
Yeah, and once again, I have to emphasize, I'm talking sort of broad strokes here on a lot of these things. It's not specific as to what the details on this case. Right. A lot of this will depend on the court. It will depend on the judge admitting evidence, and it depends, quite honestly, whether or not the evidence is even discussed.
That's true.
From the jury, right? I mean, we just don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
In terms of how the state is going to present their case, and I don't want everyone to get in the middle of trying this case in the court of public opinion. I know you want the answer to the question.
And I actually don't. I want you to expound on it as much as you possibly can, to give the viewer an understanding of, okay, what we know, and then, like I said, what's going to be able to be presented in court and be allowed to be argued in court as being relevant or not relevant. Like I said, in front of the judge as well as the jury. I think that's very important.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Because we can have our ideas of what we think and how we think, and but they didn't include this. But more importantly, like you said, that has nothing to do with what's going to be argued in court.
No, you're absolutely right. And once again, at the end of the day, that judge will make the call in terms of evidence and whether it comes in or not. But in terms of why this happens in Las Vegas and not in LA, and why this happened in LA and not in Las Vegas, it just goes to show the complexity of the initial investigation, right? Because you have a shooting that takes place in Las Vegas, and that's the site of the murder, but everybody that's involved in it lives in Cali, right? Or so now you have LAPD who's in contact with certain people in California, and you've got the Metro here doing the crime scene analyst stuff, and even people around here. But that interaction between two agencies, I'm not a police officer. I don't know what it's like to not play nice with fellow police officers from other jurisdictions. I have no idea. That's part of the allure with the case, and part of the reason why it's so messy is because you just don't have one agency responsible for it from the beginning.
Absolutely.
You have all these other fingers in the pot, and that clouds the issue, and it makes it more difficult for them to prove.
When it comes to a case involving Tupac Shakur and his murder, what are the biggest red flags you look for in witness credibility?
Well, it'd be bias and strength of recollection.
Say that again.
It's bias and strength of recollection. Those are the two things that in any trial, a criminal defense attorney would really sort of put as the foundational challenge to a person's testimony, right? Whether or not that they really saw what they said they saw, and whether or not they're biased as to why they would say they saw what they saw. Police officers, for the most part, want your client to go to jail because that's why they're there. Somebody who's drunk and says they witnessed an event take place, well, they got issues with their recall, their ability to actually remember things, that kind of stuff. Time in this case is huge. I don't know what you were doing 30 years ago, but I would bet to say you don't really remember any particular night. Now, here's the thing. Of course, people are going to say, well, this is a murder. You're going to remember that, right? You're going to remember that.
Yeah,
I would say that.
It's not only a murder, but it's the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Right. And so I would think that people would be like, no, you would remember the murder of Tupac Shakur for sure if you were there, right?
Right.
Well, let's put that on the same level as another life sort of changing moment for some people. To me, the birth of my daughter.
Okay.
The birth of my son.
Absolutely.
I remember being there when that happened. Can I tell you what I was wearing? No. I can tell you how I felt as a father, concerned for my wife who's giving birth.
Absolutely.
And seeing my daughter or my son for the first time, I can tell you how I felt. But in terms of the details that be required for the state of Nevada to prove beyond reasonable doubt that I was in that room at the time of the birth of my son or my daughter, dude, I don't know what to tell you, man. And those are the types of things that we're talking about here. We're not talking about the feeling of, oh my gosh, I just saw a man get shot and killed, or
right.
Oh my gosh, that's Tupac Shakur. But the details of it is what the evidence will be in this case, not
right.
the feeling that it's Tupac Shakur.
Right.
So to me, the thing is that over 30 years, man, I don't know if you know, but 30 years ago, PlayStation, it was PlayStation. It wasn't PlayStation 5.
Right.
It was PlayStation that was out. Nintendo 64 came out in September of 2000 or 1996.
Right.
The Motorola StarTAC, which was that like the gray phone. It wasn't the metallic flat.
Yeah, I know which one. Yeah, the StarTAC.
The little thing you pulled up and you like that. That was the phone.
Right.
I mean, it's like you start looking back in that time period. You're like, oh my gosh, how do anyone remember what happened to the level to which is required?
Right.
In a criminal case involving a murder. I don't know, man.
So I would say this. That my question then would be this: if different people have told different versions of what happened involving Tupac and Keefe D, does that weaken how those accounts are viewed in the court?
Well, it would be how those accounts are viewed by the jurors.
Right.
The final determination as to what the facts are in the case. Alternate points of view is always something that the jury ought to take a look at to evaluate the weight of the evidence and the credibility of the statement that's being made, right? Somebody says one thing, another person says another. There was a movie that came out years ago called Vantage Point. And the movie was about a shooting that takes place, and it's from one perspective first, and then they switch over to another perspective,
right.
and then they switch to another, and so over time you get a full accounting of exactly what happened within a 15-minute period, but it's like a hour and a half long movie or something like that. Mm-hmm. And to me, sometimes it all fits in, you know,
Right.
person sees this, another person sees that, and then it sort of fits into like, okay, that's, you know, makes sense. Other times, one person says this, another person says something completely different on the other end, and then you also have to weigh it. Like, okay, well, how do we know which is credible and which is not? The jury, are hardworking people who take their job seriously. I've never found a jury that did not take their oath seriously. And, you know, juries are there to sort of parse this out. They sit down, they write their notes, and they go back and they deliberate at some point in the future to make a determination as to, okay, what was the facts in the case and has it been proven beyond reasonable doubt by the state? And in this case, it would be the same sort of thing. One person says something, another person says something completely different. You can, you can take parts of it, you can take all of it, you can take none of it.
Right.
And that's just how it works. And that's the beauty of our system. It's the challenge of our system sometimes, but that's what happened in this case, if there's something like that.
Yeah. So there's also what I would say it like this. Prior to you coming on the case, Pandulo, and I know it might not be as relevant as it was, but I guess it was part of their strategy. And when they went public with this information, they were basically saying that they would subpoena Suge Knight to come to court because they believed that Suge Knight is one person who could possibly, if he were willing to come to court, I don't know, can't speak to that, that he could possibly exonerate Keefe D, because Keefe D testified that when the car rolled up, they looked over and him and Suge Knight locked eyes. Now, Suge Knight hasn't really spoken anything, to be fair to him, about whether that happened or not. He has spoken about some things involving that. Is it your anticipation that you guys might subpoena Suge Knight?
I think he's made his point pretty clear. He does not want to participate in a case like this. And you have to respect his decision. I am aware that he's publishing a book.
Right.
And that book will come out on August 4th, and our trial's on August 10th. So, we'll be all sitting there pulling that copy off of Barnes and Noble as quickly as we can to read it, to figure out, but once again, the problem with all the books that are written in this case, from Keefe D's to all these books that I'm looking at right here, to even someone like Suge's, it's everyone's perspective as to what they thought happened in the case. I don't know. I mean, I would love to talk to the man. I think it'd be great to sit down with him and get his perspective on stuff. But I don't think he's going to want to talk to me either. I just think he wants to stay away from all of it. He doesn't want to be involved in the process, which, once again, I totally respect. And it's not my duty, once again, to do anything other than to challenge the state's evidence in the case. And if they don't have Suge, they don't have Suge.
Okay. No, and like I said, once again, but in your case, like I said, you don't have to present anybody. Like you said, they have the burden of proof. But from the perspective of what Michael Pandulo and them offered the public just a few weeks ago, if you will, was that. And I was just wondering, as you're coming on to the case and you're going to try the case, would it be something that you would, but like you said, you don't believe that he wants to talk. So, and in saying that, how do you think that Suge Knight book might affect this case and the outcome of the case, being that it comes out 6 days before the trial actually begins?
I don't think it does.
Okay.
Because once again, it's not evidence. It won't come in one way or the other. He can name Ronald McDonald, the clown, in the car as the shooter in this case, and it wouldn't matter to me one way or the other. And because of the fact that it's not evidence, first of all, and second of all, it's another book with another theory, and these books are not written. I don't see in the bottom of these books, all proceeds to go to the local Boys and Girls Club of Las Vegas, right? I don't see this for charitable reasons. I see this for money, all of the books, and that includes Keefe D's book. It's for money. It's to make money, and so I just don't believe it. At the end of the day, it's the evidence in that courtroom is what the state has to show that jury whether or not they can prove their case beyond reasonable doubt. Period.
C-Dance 2.0 is now on Artlist, and you can get precisely what you want.
I'll take a robbery with a
The story of Tupac's murder has lived in the media for decades, but this trial is about Keefe D. How do you separate what people believe happened to Tupac from what can actually be proven in court?
I think we all have to acknowledge the basics. First of all, that murder is never right. It's always wrong. Murder. Second of all, that we all want justice for Tupac. We all want justice for Tupac. I think everybody. I want justice to. I am the attorney for Keefe D, and I would say that even Keefe D wants justice for Tupac. If there was a murder and someone's responsible, they should do it. But I'm telling you right now, it's not Keefe D. So we have to separate the emotion from the actual evidence itself, and that will be the role of the attorneys, is to separate the, the fact that, hey, this young man's life was taken from him. From what hard evidence do we have that the state will show a jury that proves beyond his doubt? That's the thing. We have to get people away from the emotion and have them focus on the actual evidence. And like I said, in terms of what that evidence looks like and that kind of thing, I can't talk about it right now because technically I don't even know what the evidence will be during the course of the trial, but that's where we want juries to be, is to look at the hard evidence, not at the emotional side of the fact that a young man died.
And so earlier you mentioned the 50 Cent documentary. And so something that sounds convincing, like I said, because Greg Kading was there, they kind of rehash what they did in Murder Rap, like I said, which brought people's attention to this. But the documentary was so successful, if you will. And do you think that anyway might taint the jury?
I think it just it put a spotlight on this case pretty quick, right? Because I mean that documentary came out not too long ago, and it was a big hit on Netflix. It was Netflix, right? That was on?
Yeah, Netflix came out December 1st.
And so as a result, I think it's still fresh in a lot of people's minds because of the players that are involved. I mean, look, this is the kind of case that we all know somebody in this case. We may not know them personally, but I enjoy Biggie's music. There's a song with Mace that has P. Diddy in it that I enjoy from back in the day. We all have connection back to the players in this case. And so as a result, we're all going to take that interest in it.
You just mentioned P. Diddy's name. Like I said, I didn't, in the case, from what I understand, I didn't feel like it was needed. His name needed to be mentioned, but since you mentioned his name, I'm gonna.
Oh, you see, this is called opening the door.
No. I'm gonna go there. No, and what I'm gonna ask you is based on public information.
Sure.
Like I said, once again, when Diddy was found guilty of the Mann Act charges, right, but not guilty of the lesser. I mean, of the more, I would say the more detrimental charges, and when he, basically got convicted of the Mann Act. The Las Vegas prosecutor's office said that they would no longer be using the Diddy aspect of the case as far as what Keefe D said about the $1 million hit and all of the things, Greenblatt, the meeting that they had and all of they would no longer be using that as evidence. Do you think that benefits your case or the case in defending Keefe D or not?
I don't think it's relevant to me. I just don't, I don't think that's where the evidence is going to go regardless. There's a lot of sensationalism, right, with it. And I wasn't, whatever the DA's office says, oh, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. I don't care. I mean, it's whatever the court will allow in the courtroom in front of that jury is what I care about. Everything else to me is sort of noise in the background. And so, whether or not they want to include a certain person in their case in chief or what they think will help them with their burden.
Right.
Godspeed, brother. I just don't think that at the end of the day that Keefe should be in custody. And I think at the end of the day that they charged this case for political reasons. They didn't charge this case on the merits of the case itself.
On the merits of the case itself. Now, like I said, and that's the reason why I asked that question, because I think it's very important. So something that sounds convincing in a documentary or interview about Tupac may not carry the same weight when it comes to proving a case against Keefe D, is basically what you're saying.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Okay, no, I said, so something that sounds convincing in a documentary or interview about Tupac may not carry the same weight when it comes to proving a case against Keefe D in court.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And there's reasons for that, right? Documentaries are typically one-sided. Documentaries sort of have an intention when they start. You don't typically have a documentary, you go to people and you say, hey, fund this documentary. Well, what's a documentary about? Well, it's about, we're going to try to figure out who did what to what. I don't know if anybody would agree with something like that kind of project, for instance. They would want a very specific sort of result. Like, here's where we want to end up with. And then the question's asked, typically on documentaries, well, is there a market for that? Is it going to make us money? That's not the law, and that's not what trials are about. Trials are about, what evidence can come in, and whether or not the state of Nevada has proven its case beyond reasonable doubt. That's it. And so as a result, these documentaries that come out, they're not subject to cross-examination by defense attorneys. They're not subject to a veracity of any sort, really. And sometimes evidence doesn't come into play on trials because they just don't pass the initial
Smell test.
well, they just can't even qualify to get there, right? It's like a rumor, or it's something that we don't know who took that picture or when it was taken.
Right.
That kind of thing. And so the rules of evidence apply, and they do that to safeguard, I think, the process. They want to make sure that the information given to that jury is about as good as you're going to get, in terms of just making sure it qualifies to be considered by a jury as evidence on a case, such a serious case like this case.
Yeah, this is, like I said, this is a very serious case. I mean, it's been 30 some odd years, and what we're dealing with is, I think it's going to be one of the trials of the century. And like I said, you stepping in on the case with Keefe D, I would hope that, you guys could do the best, the prosecution. And I think everybody that's sitting back when August 10th rolls around, like I said, if there are not any other news events until then, like I said, any kind of plea bargains, anything like that, then it's going to be something very interesting. Without getting into specifics, is the defense in the Tupac case more focused on challenging the evidence against Keefe D, or reshaping how the story has been told over the years?
People keep asking, how do we actually get an AI agent on our team? Well, it's easy.
It's a good question.
It's my duty as the defense attorney to challenge every piece of evidence that the state will bring before a jury. And so, even though technically I don't want to get into this idea of burden shifting, that somehow we have to show a defense,
Right.
at the same time, we want to make sure that jury knows if the evidence is credible or not, if the evidence can be believed or not. And so it's the duty of the attorney to step up and do his job. That will happen in this case because of the fact that it's my guess it will be publicized, or at least broadcast.
I mean, everything's been on television thus far. Every hearing. That's why, like I said, why I seen you, basically becoming Keefe D's new legal counsel. That's what brought my attention to you, and what you guys have done. Like I said, I looked up a little bit of it, but I couldn't find much. And like I said, I appreciate you guys, reaching out. So yeah, I think that's important. It's going to be. This is going to be something, man. I don't know how to really put it into words.
And I tell you, there's good reason for that. Is because Tupac left an impression on all of us, regardless of whether or not you liked maybe some of the things he said or some of the things he did. At the end of the day, that man produced music that resonated, and it still resonates today. And so as a result, I think we all are interested in the answer to the question, and that is, who's responsible for the murder of Tupac Shakur, and can he get justice? And like I said, there's not one person, including myself, that would sit there and say that we don't want that. We do want that for him.
Exactly.
It's just that it's not keeping.
I have to ask you this question also. Have you seen what's in the brown box?
What brown box are we talking about? I don't know.
So no, and the reason why I say that in the brown box, meaning Keefe D during one of the hearings, the prosecution had submitted a brown box. I believe that they had got it from Greg Kading, some kind of evidence involving the investigation of the case. And Keefe D really got upset, so much so that he basically spoke out of turn.
You want to say to Mr. Arnold? You can say he represents you. So ultimately, you represent yourself. You can talk it well, but
Mr. Greg Hayden had them pockets at his house for 15 years in his attic, doing all kind of TV interviews.
Oh shit!
Them boxes should not be allowed in the cases.
He's going to talk about it.
Yeah, them boxes should not be allowed. The tainted evidence, everything. The man, he broke a proffer agreement, and he broke the law, all kind of stuff. The boxes should not be allowed. He's been at his house for 15 years, and he's doing interviews, going in the boxes. Let me see here. Ooh.
And he was, visibly upset, and he was speaking to the judge in regards to that. And he was, I think that was probably, if I may speculate or guess, some of the evidence that they used to get him to make some of the statements that he did that may have been incriminating or may have brought about this whole ordeal, because he was visibly upset. That brown box, you haven't seen what's in that brown box yet? Not that you could tell us. I just wanted to know, not what's in it, but have you seen the brown box?
No,
No.
not seen a brown box. I mean,
I gotta ask you.
No, of course, and I appreciate you doing your job. It's just at the end of the day, I have not seen the box nor what's in it. I'm sure at some point I will, and I'm sure at some point if it's relevant and it gets admitted into court, we will definitely see what was in that brown box. But as of right now, I've never seen the brown box.
When jurors hear a case tied to someone as well known as Tupac Shakur, what do you think they tend to struggle with the most?
The story.
Parsing out information that is stuff that is what they know over the course of 30 years about Tupac versus information that will be presented to them within the confines of evidence through the court. So what I mean by that is they may remember some story on Rolling Stone about Tupac, maybe about the murder, that they read 5 years after he was shot and killed, so 2001, for instance, versus information that will just be introduced to them in that courtroom. So it's almost like we are expecting human beings to almost be like computers and sort of put things into a box and only consider the things in the box and nothing else around it. That's always the challenge with jurors. So, you always are trying to find the right juror for a particular type of case that will be able to sort of compartmentalize their focus just on what was presented during the course of the trial. In my experience with juries is that they're pretty good about going back into that deliberation room when they're charged with going back to deliberate, that they organize. They get a 4-person, that person starts taking charge of, okay, let's get some markers here and a whiteboard and let's put up some things. And I've seen some pretty elaborate sort of like deliberation rooms where they really break everything down. And then what typically happens is all 12 participate and they say, well, I remember this fact. And somebody says, well, I don't remember quite like that. I remember this. And then you have a deliberation over it and somebody else says, well, I agree with so-and-so. And so there's a constant sort of process that occurs, right? And then they're putting up that type of thing. I would imagine on this case that's what's going to happen because there's just so many moving parts. There's so many things about the case that will require everyone's participation and involvement from the jury. And instead of like the normal cases where, you get somebody on that jury doesn't want to be there and it's totally checked out. Like, you're sitting there and you're giving your closing and the person's just like, they're not even looking at you. I don't think we're going to get that in this case. I think we're going to get a group of people who are 100% invested in the evidence, and they're not going to be falling asleep during the course of this trial. And so as a result, I think they're going to walk into that room and they're going to deliberate as to what they believe the facts have been proved and whether or not the state of Nevada has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. So
But
would it be?
I think that once again, the challenge is to keep all the noise out and just focus on what's been given to them through the court process of that trial.
Right. So would it be fair to say that jurors are instructed to focus only on what's proven about Keefe D, not everything that they've heard about Tupac over the years?
Correct. It's going to be only the evidence has been given to them up on that witness stand by a witness, or exhibits that are been admitted into evidence, or stipulations between the parties that would be read into the record by the court.
Right.
Or those are the things that will be considered evidence. Everything else, they're instructed to disregard and not have that be part of the process. Jurors in Clark County are instructed to not do their own investigations. They're not to access the internet. They're not to go to the scenes of crimes. They're not to do their own research on something. And over the years, juries have run afoul of that. They've gone out to do their own study on something or whatever, and that's not how it's supposed to be. You can get into trouble for that. So as a result, the jury's expected to just focus on the evidence presented to them and nothing more.
This one is going to be hard, you think? Because Las Vegas is such a international city. I mean, when you think about the bigger picture of what that means, and it's like, well, how do you focus like with Vegas Metro News as far as what's going on with the trial? It's going to be every day. It's going to be international. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You think that's going to be hard, when it comes to the jury?
I think so, man. These are just normal men and women in our community who, when they first walk in for the first day of jury selection,
right,
they're not going to know it's Tupac Shakur, that's the case that they potentially would be jurors on. And it's going to turn some of these people's worlds upside down on some level. They have jobs and families and things to do and places to be, and yet they're going to be expected to just focus on this case for however long it takes for the trial to go. It's tough, man. It's tough. I've never been a juror. I could never be a juror. But at the end of the day, I would think it's just tough to be expecting people to step away from their normal daily activities and responsibilities in our community to serve the community. And that's really what this ends up being, is a request for everyone to serve as jurors, because at the end of the day, without the participation of good men and women in our communities, the system would fall apart. We wouldn't have jurors of our peers. Or juries of our peers. So
yeah. Do you think that there's going to be an unusual amount of pressure on this particular jury, being that the case is so high profile?
And it's 30 years.
Well, the courts are pretty good at protecting the identities of jurors. They're not filmed.
Okay.
During the course, if you ever watch like any of the trials that are out there, you never see the jury themselves. You
Right.
see it from their perspective, looking towards the judge or the counsel's tables. I would say because of the potential interest, the high level of interest in this case, there might be some additional protections put in place to protect the privacy of the jurors in this case. I don't know what they are, but when we get closer to it, dude, if there's things, if there's like people outside with cameras outside of my, office and down the street, at some point we're going to go to the judge, like, Judge, we need to maybe really protect this jury.
Yeah.
So what that looks like, it's like,
I mean,
helicopter rides off the top of the courthouse. I don't know, but whatever.
It's good that you see, because it's like I said, you're actually foreshadowing as to what's really going to go on, and like where you are. If you went to a casino and Tupac's, Keefe D's lawyer gambling or whatever have you. You know what I mean? Whatever that means to, and because of the type of environment that we live in today in regards to social media and the clicks and views and things of that nature, I think you might be on to something with that.
Yeah, and I think when we had OJ's trial here years ago, when OJ was charged with stealing back basically his own property. It was the Heisman Trophy and a bunch of other stuff, and he was accused of basically strong arm robbery.
Right.
Man, that place was filled up. Like the outside of the courthouse, there was multiple tents set up with CNN and Court TV and whoever else was out there talking at various points about it. And that was definitely a circus.
Right.
I remember walking past as a young attorney, because that was several years ago.
Right.
Walking past and thinking in my mind, oh, I would never do this.
But here you are. I
You know
mean,
what I
you,
mean? If
yeah,
I
I
could go
mean,
back in
yeah,
time,
you
I'll be
know,
like, man, that younger self should come over here and like, dude, what are you doing? Don't agree to this case.
right.
But like I said, when I first got the call and was asked to step in and help, um, I had to think about it. I called my office. I spoke with my partners. We had a conversation about it because this is a commitment. This is a 100% a commitment. You don't want to screw this up. and you don't want to do it half-assed. You are in it for the long haul, and we're in it to win. So as a result, that means all hands on deck. The people that work with me on these criminal cases, that's all we're doing is we're representing Keefe D, and we're going to go in there prepared to.
And to be fair, his life is on the line.
Absolutely, and that's the
Yeah.
thing. He spent one too many days in there already, and he's been in there for I don't know how long. What, 3 years, something like that? 2 years? It's like,
Yeah, since 2023, I believe September of 2023.
and once again, you know, the idea of our founding fathers that, hey, we would rather let 10 guilty men free than one innocent man to be in custody.
But I mean, it was the process was, I mean, you know, as far as the bail and all of those things is, like I said, I've been covering it since the beginning. You know, he was given a bail, but he just couldn't make, you know, for whatever reason, financial reasons, he couldn't make the bail. So I believe from all intents and purposes, you know, as fair as the court probably could have been at that particular time, he was given that opportunity. Then some scrutiny and some other things that came along with that. But you know, but yeah, it's unfortunate. Like I said, once again, when we talked about it in the beginning, you said if you were advising him, you would have advised him to keep his mouth shut and go get a regular job. And you know,
yeah,
and I think that's one of the most poignant things that you said in regards to dealing with this situation. But now, here is the fight for his life. Michael Sanft is the lead attorney, and like I said, is it you by yourself or is it you and your whole firm?
So yes, it's the SOS injury.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, it's me and Keefe that will be up there sitting next to each other. There's not a dream team.
Dream team. Okay.
Kind of case. I don't need a dream team. This is not that kind of case. And quite
Right.
honestly, I think it distracts from the messaging. The messaging here is pretty clear, and that is, look, we're not afraid of the facts. We're not afraid of anything that state will provide in this case.
Let me ask you this. Is it possible that what people think they know about Tupac's murder isn't what will actually matter when it comes to deciding Keefe D's case in court?
If we have the proper jurors, yes, it won't matter. It will be what the evidence has shown. It will be what the evidence has been presented to the jury. Because once again, public opinion out there and how people feel about the case is not evidence in this case. It's what the state has, you know, demonstrated and what the court will allow in as evidence that will be the evidence for that jury. And so if we don't have the right jurors, then yes, they're going to walk in there and they're just going to have a feeling and they're going to go on a feeling. And we don't want people to go on feelings, especially on a murder case where the state has to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not on a feeling of beyond reasonable doubt. It's on what the evidence will show beyond reasonable doubt. So yeah, you know, and that's the thing. We're all human beings. We all do have feelings. I guarantee you that. But I think we have men and women in our community who will be excellent jurors, and they will come forward and they will do the best job they can to parse out the chatter and the noise and focus on what the evidence is and focus on whether or not that evidence is beyond reasonable doubt that, you know, Keefe D is responsible for the death of Tupac Shakur.
Get exclusive Mortal Kombat 2 wallpapers for your PC with Bing. Choose your fighter. New wallpapers daily.
Wow. And so the final question.
Sure.
I'll close with this. When it comes to the murder of Tupac Shakur and the case against Keefe D, what is the one thing people should not assume going into this trial?
That anything that they've heard is true. Whatever will be in court will be the truth. Everything outside, you know, walking into the doors that whatever will be in court will be the truth. That anything that they've heard is true. Whatever will be in court will be the truth. Everything outside, you know, walking into the doors that you've read or saw in a documentary is not truth. It's what will be presented in that courtroom. And I think there's, like I said, we have a lot of people who are interested in this case, who've taken this case to heart for good reason, because it's an unsolved murder of Tupac Shakur. But once again, just because you hear something doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. It has to be proven in a court of law, and it has to be evidence that will be given to that jury. And that, at the end of the day, the jury will make a determination whether the evidence that they heard was true or not. I mean, they're the finders of fact. They're the ones who will sit there and make a determination that what they believe is fact and not fact. And sometimes somebody gets up and testifies and like, I don't believe his testimony. That's not fact, right? Or they look at something and say, I believe that picture to be true. That's a fact, according to that jury. So they are the finders of fact. They will make the determination of what the facts are, and whether or not those facts lead beyond a reasonable doubt to the conviction of any individual. And in this case, my client, Keefe D.
You heard it directly from here. The case involving Tupac Shakur will come down to what can be proven.
See, this Tupac case, it takes a lot of turns.
Are all stacked on top of their foundation. And the focus is that top layer, the lie that serves their goal. But if you have enough time for those lies to grow, they become the word on the street. Now, that doesn't mean those lies are any more true than they were 10 years ago. It's more like people who've never heard anything different. Well, that's just all they've heard. But the thing about a house of cards is that at its heart, it's flimsy. And the layers of lies on top of lies puts a weight on the foundation that it only takes busting one lie that brings the whole house of cards down.
Play a story-driven game that drops you into the 20th century.
Just like it did for Death Row.
Should call the meeting. All the artists were instructed to come to this meeting, and certain security was invited, and I happened to be one of them. The meeting was basically about what happened, and the artists were drilling security about what methods we had used and what were some of our tactics, which I looked around and no one said it. No one was speaking up for security. So I was one of the few people that spoke up and said, wait a minute, we were instructed not to carry weapons. And none of the artists knew that. They didn't know we were instructed not to carry weapons that day. And it looked like Reggie wasn't gonna say that information to them.
My opinion of Reggie Wright Jr. was he's employed by Death Row Records to do a certain job. He's gonna do what his employer has him do.
You wouldn't just make me security when I owned everything. Had your buildings, the 5 cars, your women, Reggie's name.
And when it comes to Death Row Records, you have to be careful about what you believe.
Death Row Records and Reggie Wright had 2 big problems on their hands at this point. The first one was that Vegas PD just weren't buying the whole Orlando Anderson narrative, no matter how bad Tim Brennan and Bobby Ladd were trying to sell it. The second problem they had was that Frank Alexander was unwilling to repeat the lie that he had been asked to tell earlier regarding the chain being snatched the day of the shooting.
Went down to Vegas, me, you, and Malcolm, like, yeah, the statement that you gave about the chain and all of that. You know, with the additional information.
Now you have to understand the second part of the false flag. All the time Brennan and Ladd are running Vegas around with the Orlando Anderson narrative. Reggie Wright Jr. and Suge Knight are actively running interference with witnesses because they were death row affiliated. Again, we're talking about a musical artist, a backup band, whatever. I mean, they're very mobile. They're from different parts of the country. And it's not like everybody lives in Las Vegas, so it's going to be easy because they all own a home and they're all easy to locate. Most of these guys didn't own homes. They'd go stay at family, friends, whatever. So we would try to get in touch with people, and you'd have to go through death row records or whomever to try and locate them.
Unfortunately, that was the lifestyle. At death row, there were people that were carrying weapons constantly, people that were involved in shootings and beatings and everything else, and officers are protecting the perimeter.
Other witnesses, though, who have since ended up deceased, that we attempted to talk to that night, refused to talk to us. McDonald didn't have anything he wanted to say to us. Now he's dead.
Hi, Mrs. Thompson. How can we help you today?
Automatically route calls to your team and get detailed call summaries and recordings with Quo's business phone system. Base 44 super agents. Careful, there's no going back. No setup. Just say hello.
People that we talked to during an investigation in California, they're dead. I mean, a lot of people have died that were directly or indirectly linked to this investigation.
Do you see how this operates? From one side, they're feeding Vegas all this disinformation, and the other side is obstructing the investigation and telling people to avoid the police.
They did right. No. Okay. They recommend you don't get subpoenaed. Remember that word. I don't know what it means, but that's what they told me to tell you. Who told you to tell me that? Okay, Reggie told me to tell you that, but he told me not to tell you that he said it. Now, he said, don't get subpoenaed, whatever you do.
Why is it that after the shooting occurred that you basically asked Frank Alexander to retell a narrative? I have the recorded phone calls, and to not get subpoenaed.
To not get subpoenaed? I was telling him to get subpoenaed. I wanted him to come to court. If you didn't get lost and not get subpoenaed today, I think you'll be fine. Yeah, Reggie.
But Sid wrote me a letter, which the FBI got. It was like nobody had told him anything I was out there doing. And I came and saw him, and he was like, man, I thought you abandoned me. Nobody's telling me anything about you.
It's kind of hard to believe that Knight felt abandoned, being as how Reggie visited him almost 200 documented times in prison.
You'd have to go through death row records or whomever to try and locate them. Classic example, we ended up getting a lot of press about how Malcolm Greenidge said he could identify the shooter. We finally tracked him down to set up a re-interview, and he says, I'm not going to look at any photos because I can't identify him. Yeah, we got beat up in the LA Times over that. And I'm thinking, okay, put up or shut up, Ace. And, well, but again, Reggie Wright Jr. is the one that brought him to that interview.
I don't think Vegas understood how crooked death row was at that point, so they believed these Compton guys. Brennan was saying good things about both Wrights, so Vegas trusted them.
Truly, Tupac Shakur, I think I'd heard the name before the night he was shot, but I knew nothing of the person.
Russ Poole called it a false flag operation, and I don't see how you could call it anything else, especially if it's true that Reggie Wright Jr. was informing for the FBI and the LAPD. Was he also informing for Vegas? I mean, this is Knight's right-hand guy, and he's straight up snitching to law enforcement.
Phil Carson, I'm a retired FBI agent, and I'm here today to talk about the Tupac Shakur murder and the investigation that followed.
The problem I have is when you or others just blurt things out to try to promote a certain narrative and are factually incorrect. They're wrong.
Let me speak a little bit about Reggie Wright Jr. Reggie's made it very clear in a lot of interviews that he went from never working for the FBI to working for Dan McMullen, for working for L.J. Conley, who was my partner, and that he was an FBI foreman. So I'm not saying anything right now regarding Reggie Wright Jr. that he hasn't already said a million times over on a documentary or on a podcast or any type of interview. Yes, Reggie was working with the FBI. In this last interview that I did on his podcast, he stated that he only provided information regarding the corrupt mayor of Compton at that time, which is Omar Bradley. Okay, that's a flat out lie. And if anybody believes that that's all that Reggie provided, they're fools. Wake up, people, okay?
And you believe I was involved in
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that you were involved. I didn't say you were not involved.
Okay. I said, but if you do believe that, let me just ask you this.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead, Rich.
Why didn't you ever come knocking on my door and talk to me? You saw the 302s on me before, right? You know that I was an open book, cooperate. Why you never came and just said, hey, Reggie, I want to talk to you about these things.
You want me to?
You know, I knew.
You want me to answer? Hold on. Oh, Reggie, if that's your question, do you want me to honestly answer it?
I've done my best to try to help Reggie cover for himself, tell him when to keep his mouth shut, and Reggie just goes on and on and on.
Yes, sir.
You sure? Because I'm trying to protect you from yourself here.
No, go ahead.
Okay. We did talk to you, Reggie, in its document, okay?
Reggie provided a lot of information. He was in a very high-level position of Death Row Records. He was very aware of what we were doing in terms of investigations, numerous investigations on Death Row Records and Suge Knight. We executed search warrants. He helped provide information. Reggie had a game plan, and he made it very, very clear that he wanted to take over Death Row Records. Make no mistake about that.
This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Yes.
It's the policy of the FBI that we never openly discuss who our FBI informants are, and that's what allows us to have such a good relationship with our informants.
This is what I'm trying to explain to you, Reggie. Whether you remember things or don't remember things, I don't have control over. Okay?
Many years ago, the FBI had two classifications of informants. One was called a 137, and one was called a 270.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record, just hit rec to capture high-quality audio and video, all from the comfort of, well, anywhere. Even if the only camera you have is on your phone. With Riverside, you'll still look like a pro.
A 137 informant was an informant that was providing information, but they weren't doing it because they were trying to work off, say, a drug arrest or some type of fraud investigation. A 137 could be just a person that was just had a conscience, was trying to do some community, like a community service type thing, just trying to help out law enforcement. We would not provide that person's name. If a judge asked for that person's name, we were not obligated to give it, and we would not give it. And that helped the FBI build a real... strong trust. So if somebody came in and said, hey, my neighbor's committing this crime and I've got young children and I need something done about it, and I'll do whatever I can to help you guys. We're never going to ask that person to testify. We're never going to disclose who that person is, but we want people to feel comfortable coming to the FBI knowing that it's safe and secure and we're not going to divulge their identity or anything like that, or where this information came from. That's a 137. That's what Russ Poole was with me. The other kind of informant is a 270. That somebody is, let's say they got caught robbing a bank, and they know about 10 other bank robbers because they helped participate in other bank robberies as a drive-away or something like that, or help try to plan, say, a bank robbery. And so they wanted to cooperate. And for that cooperation, we wouldn't promise them anything, but we told them it's mandatory that you're willing to testify, and then based on the information that you provide, the truthfulness, and the results from the information you provided, there's a strong likelihood that they're going to get some type of benefit from, whether a sentence get reduced or whatever the case may be. That's a 270. So it all depends on where you classify, if you're somebody that's trying to work a beef off, or you're just trying to provide information, to cut yourself a good deal, and you're not doing it out of the goodwill of your heart.
You understand that? You understand the distinction between the two, right?
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Okay.
The gist of what I got out of it was these people are employed by a certain company to do a certain job, and that's all you're going to do. You aren't going to divulge anything else about what has been going on.
But I'm going to add something to that. We were also instructed to lie. Should call the meeting. All the artists were instructed to come to this meeting, and certain security was invited, and I happened to be one of them. And when I got into the meeting, it was a meeting the meeting was basically about what happened. And the reason we were instructed to lie was because Reggie Wright told us not to carry any weapons. So by me just looking at what Reggie told me, I'm thinking that Mr. Knight was unaware.
It was quite obvious that information pissed off some people, and people just kind of shut down as far as answering our questions related to that.
But there's a lot of things that you're saying today about death row and about Suge and about who committed murder or who could have been involved that are 100% factually wrong, and it's documented.
For years, even though nothing was going on in the investigation of the murder of Tupac Shakur, there was one voice out there that was keeping this narrative alive. And this was Chuck Phillips from the LA Times. Phillips was a Pulitzer Prize winning author who many sources claim was also an inside man for Death Row Records. Unreleased recordings discovered after Phillips' death reveal that not only was Phillips completely on board with the Anderson narrative, but in his attempt to get Frank Alexander to testify, Phillips drops a bombshell that may change the entire complexion of the case. He claims Suge Knight stated to both Phillips and death row attorney David Kenner that he never saw a shooter at all.
Suge maintained to me and to Kenner and to the law enforcement that he actually didn't see it. And he couldn't identify because he didn't see it.
So you have to ask who's being honest here, Phillips or Knight?
Chuck Phillips came along because he was a award-winning writer. He had some credibility. And the first time he wrote it, it sounded really weird. But there was because of his credibility and because of who he wrote with. You thought about it, but it didn't make real sense because you gotta know it was bigger. And then one of my sons said to me, Chuck Phillips is on Suge's payroll. Oh, okay, then that's the end of that. Now when he comes back and he writes, because he called us to tell us he was gonna write it, that he was doing it, the first one. That Biggie killed Tupac, Biggie and, what's his name? Puffy. And that now you playing off that rivalry, that so-called rivalry. Now he's back on, because what he did there is what he did then, is he took a little bit of some truth and he put other stuff in it.
It's a street code to not tell the police. But why would you lie to your attorney? Maybe you wouldn't. As long as the name Orlando Anderson was in the news and the media, this is real convenient for Reggie Wright because no one's asking him about his culpability.
It's probably in your best interest that we move on to something else. You can trust me or don't trust me. It's not, because it's, you know what, it's no skin off my back. But I think we can now agree that, yes, you have met with me. Yes, you have talked with me. Yes, I've met with your father. Yes, I know your background.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. When the conversation was set up, I don't traditionally put two people together to have them sort of, for lack of a better word, parse out truth or narrative, what have you, right? I usually interview somebody and record it, and then I write to it. And so that particular night, you know, there was no real planning other than we were going to talk to Reggie and sort of see what came out of it, you know? It's funny because I've done so much of this work and so many moments of it. I have to say, on that phone call with Reggie Wright and with Phil, I was actually surprised, confused, was shocked at the interaction that transpired, because two things seemingly happened. Is Phil, who up to that point had never really alluded to the fact that Reggie had worked with the FBI or the FBI group that was responsible for the death row investigation. But then you seemingly have Reggie admit it.
In fact, I mean, in some of these other interviews that you've done, you say like, Phil Carson doesn't know shit about me. I've never met the guy. That's wrong, isn't it?
But I do know two things. One, there is not a word that comes out of Phil Carson's mouth that he cannot prove. And number two, Phil Carson is not interested in anything but the facts and the truth of what happened in his investigation. And so it's kind of funny if you look at all the other players in this who like to partake in social media bullshit, right? Like to partake in this back and forth. If you notice, Phil Carson isn't on Instagram. Phil Carson is not on Twitter. Phil Carson does not have a social media account, right? He went on the record in the dossier, and so it's laughable now that Reggie Wright Jr. has tried to talk himself out of this, okay? Where Phil Carson's partner was Reggie's handler at the FBI.
This is the first that I hear that, and if you, I remember LJ, and if you said you was his partner, then I met with you.
Okay.
So that he did have somebody with him.
Okay, we should okay, I think we'll move on then.
So now you have Reggie Wright Jr. secretly snitching out Death Row Records, while publicly he's throwing Kevin Hackey under the bus for his work with the ATF.
So I have to say, I was almost an audience member in listening to this and just sort of going, well, this is crazy. This is another element to this. And to go further, you know, Phil has told me repeatedly they had an upwards of 5 FBI informants within Death Row. Mob James being one.
What happened?
About what?
Shooting a biggie.
I don't know anything about that.
You have nothing to give the feds.
I have nothing to give them.
Even if it meant shaving some time off.
Number one, I ain't that dude. I'm just not. But number two, I can't help him.
So to me, when I saw and listened to that interaction, it started to make a lot more sense. And it was the first time that you could go, Reggie Wright was an FBI informant.
I mean, you got to trust me on this. For your own safety, let's just move on to something else, then, okay?
I'm not worried about it because it's obvious.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's for your own good. Anyways, right.
Anyway.
No one ain't that dude. Just not.
What he was saying, and you can hear it on the phone, he was basically saying, hey, Reggie, I'm trying to protect you.
Watch this. I'm going to launch a business in 60 seconds using Shopify's AI Sidekick. No coding.
So Reggie Wright, he didn't say a whole heck of a lot, I thought. I mean, he said a lot in not saying it, but
Right.
he certainly wasn't very forthcoming.
I was a co-showrunner on that show, right? In the middle, or I believe it was either in the middle or before or after all of that questioning, Reggie went in the bathroom and threw up.
I was just interested in why he would point the finger at Suge so quick.
Because I was the one who wrote the questions for Soledad O'Brien and for Ice-T to ask Reggie. The thing with that show is, you know, Ice being Ice, he was incredible on that show, but he's very much a politician, right? So I would give him the easy questions to ask that wasn't going to cause controversy, and then I would give Soledad the journalistic questions, and those questions came from me, and everyone always tells the story about him throwing up in the bathroom of his house after saying the shit he said in that interview.
He wouldn't say it to you, but he definitely pointed it. We call that dry snitching.
Interesting.
There are dangers with informants, especially when their law enforcement handlers vouch for their credibility. There's always a possibility that an informant can take law enforcement for a wild goose chase. What we learned from the story of mob enforcer Whitey Bulger is that for years, the FBI trusted Bulger as an informant. Bulger used the trust of the FBI to feed them information, but it was information against rival gangs and not any of his own. Because they liked him, the FBI actually gave up names of informants in his own gang. Bulger misdirected the FBI for his own needs, and they even helped him stay out of trouble for years. It's really easy to see the similarities here. In this case, we see one narrative pushed to law enforcement while obstruction is happening on other narratives. And if you cross them, you're ratted out.
Please, stop playing with me. I know too much about you guys that walk around now with your chest all poked out. Cause I play both sides. Both sides, you know that?
And you just have to wonder if the rats on death row's sinking ship were a bunch of mini Bulgers. It didn't matter. The Orlando Anderson narrative was the driver. And once they were inside, it feels like they were able to steer cops in Anderson's direction and away from anyone else who had anything to say on any other possibility.
Tell me, other than being a police officer, tell me what person that Reggie Wright went and got on the stand and testified against. Tell me, other than being a police officer, tell me what person that Reggie Wright went and got on the stand and testified against. I bet y'all can't come up with no motherfucking body.
Closer to the end, I didn't get to see him that much. We talked. I actually wrote him a letter when he was hiding out in LA. And people around him told me he kept it in his pocket for a long time. But I just basically told him some things that I saw when I was like meditating and in my prayer for him and his life, some warnings and then some great stuff too. But they said he would read it all the time. I was like, really? Like, yeah, he kept it with him. I was like, wow, I didn't know that. I think he got shot on like two of my favorite numbers are 7 and 13. And I think Pac was shot on the 7th and passed away on the 13th when they declared him on the 13th. And I was so upset because I was afraid of the 13th. Yeah. And it messed me up, man.
I just personally believe that his death is related to us. And that's from what I've gathered when I was at New York, what I heard Pac tell Suge Knight, and what I heard over that radio that night after the shots were fired. I never did get over it. I think the only person I talked to about it was Frank. And to this day, I believe that gotcha was inside the organization and not out.
Death Row Records was not the place to be in the immediate fallout from the shooting of Tupac Shakur because they had several big problems. The first problem that they had was that Las Vegas police were actually calling Death Row Records trying to set up and schedule witness interviews with the people that were associated with Death Row. The second problem that they had was they were trying to rush the Machiavelli album that Tupac had just made in order to capitalize on Tupac's death.
This is how easy it is to buy shares of properties on Real Bricks.
That seemed like some Reggie Wright shit, allegedly.
It was such a mess after, I get a phone call, hey, go to the mastering house and master the Machiavelli record. And I'm like, well, we haven't even mixed the thing yet, They're like, oh, just take the mixes that you guys did from the night of the sessions, which there's only 2 songs we sat down and mixed. So all that stuff is just, Tupac would have us run it off to that. So it's already really mixes. So when people say to me, wow, that's, that mix is unbelievable, I'm just like, it's not even a mix. That's live, going right to the DAT machine, never see the songs again.
If that wasn't enough, 35 days after Tupac dies, an arrest warrant for Mr. Knight is issued for what happened at the MGM. And at this point, the only one who might be able to help Knight is the one they set up to fail. And he wasn't going with it.
Listen, understand, I gave a statement to Metro based on what you and Suge asked me to do that night I went to the meeting at Suge's house, okay, about the chain getting snatched.
Frank Alexander had already lied about the whole chain snatch. There's a concern that Alexander may not go with the program.
Well, I've already said that. Now, to go in there and say something different than that, that's going to jeopardize a lot. That's perjury there. Okay, this stuff is already on record.
After the shooting occurred on September 7th that evening, I don't understand something that occurred.
So when Frank Alexander won't play ball, the only move Death Row had was to bribe the victim. That would be Orlando Anderson.
Suge would do stuff that could have got his probation violated. And to get the witnesses to retract their beliefs or their statements, you give them money. It's how America works.
And here's the crack in the narrative. At that same time, they were in Vegas saying Orlando Anderson was a killer. Don't you think Anderson knew they were trying to hang him in Vegas?
But it didn't matter. The judge didn't believe Anderson anyway. And everyone wants to focus on Anderson, as why Knight's parole was revoked. And sure, they got Knight for the Anderson beating, but that's not what got him in front of the judge. The move that got Knight off the playing field was a call from someone who knew exactly where he was. It was a call made to his probation officer telling him Knight went out of the country.
Because it's 2 things that I always say, being from the ghetto, either they're gonna take the money from you, which you be OJ. If they can't take the money from you, they take you from the money. The only way they take you from the money is by you die, death, or in prison.
So for a while, Knight was out.
They take you, I always say, being from the ghetto, either they're gonna take the money from you, which you be OJ. If they can't take the money from you, they take you from the money. The only way they take you from the money is by you die, death, or in prison.
So for a while, Knight was out of the way, and somehow all of Knight's property made its way into Reggie's hands.
I don't know if I've got it sitting in front of me here. I'll show you this. You're gonna love this. This is the grant deed for the Wilshire building. That building was transferred into the name of Reggie Wright by Michelet, who called herself his attorney in fact. If you notice, it transfers the building to Reggie Wright, but Suge Knight's signature is nowhere on this grant deed.
Reggie had a game plan, and he made it very, very clear that he wanted to take over Death Row Records. Make no mistake about that.
That's what I'm saying. So why this man is not, like, what's going on?
You wouldn't just make me security when I own everything. Had your buildings, the 5 cars, the house where Little Suge, the Sosa, and Stormy live. Reggie's name.
So, while Reggie Jr. was busy putting all of Knight's property in his name, news came that Mr. Knight may be appealing his case. The problem was that Orlando Anderson may not be a friendly witness this time. Knight was granted an appeal in April of 1998. But by then, Orlando Anderson had done several interviews on television denying charges against him. And 2 months before that, in February of 1998, Anderson actually did a deposition on the accusations. It looked like Anderson was not going to be as cooperative as he had been.
From 1995 to date, have you ever ridden in a white Cadillac? No. Do you know anyone who owns a white Cadillac? No.
So Knight appeals, and that was April of 1998, and Death Row realizes Anderson may not play ball. Guess what happens the very next month?
He loses his life.
When they say the shooting happened there at the car wash hamburger stand off Alondra and Willowbrook, that area. But he was found on the 1 street just over. Yeah. And the first person on the scene, Andy, was Reggie Wright. Wasn't it? First person, man. And he was shocked when he saw myself and Pilcher there at first. The first unit to show up, undercover narcotics officers. Huh? You know. I did not know. Yeah, and he was dead. They shot him up good. That's why I say there's conspiracy there where possibly he followed it and called, you know, okay, he's over here. Let's do him in. Let's get it done. Wow. All right. So then there's another write-up that Ray Richardson got a dying declaration from Orlando Anderson. And
what is that? I feel Tupac.
Something like that. Yeah. Okay.
Did anybody get back to Deborah Simmons yet? Good news, everyone. We're switching a club.
There are many good reasons, including his own words, to believe several actions taken by Reggie Wright Jr. were suspicious. But even if Wright's actions on the night of September 7, 1996 were not directly connected to the shooting of Tupac, it doesn't mean he and his half-baked bodyguard company were out of the woods yet. I wonder if he and Knight knew they may have been on the hook for criminal negligence. Let's just be honest and say the security for Tupac was a joke. But you need to understand that criminal negligence is really a thing. If you cross the line from sloppy to reckless, you can go to prison for it.
And so let's talk for a moment about negligence and how it might have criminal impact. A parent leaves a baby in a car seat, in the car, windows rolled up when it's 100 degrees outside. The baby unfortunately dies and the parent is charged with an act of criminal negligence. That's one example. Now, the parent can have 1,000 reasons why they did what they did. In fact, they might say they didn't intend for it to be the way it was. The courts don't care. It's what is referred to as a duty of care. And again, it's kind of hard to describe it, but when you're looking at it and observing it and examining it, you can figure it out. You don't figure it out sometimes until after the fact, but you can figure it out.
Negligence is violation of a duty that you owe to others, imposed by the conduct that you're engaged in. You're driving a car, you have a duty to the rest of the world not to run a red light and have a car accident, not to go through a crosswalk and run over somebody. So you owe a duty of care to others to not do things. So if you're a doctor, you have a duty of care to your patients, to perform up to what would be community norms or standards.
Recently, actor Alec Baldwin was given a loaded prop gun, which he used and shot a camera person to death. Could there be an act of criminal negligence there?
So if you're an armorer, you have an obligation to not have loaded weapons on the job site without giving a lot of notice to people that this weapon is live.
If I would have been on the set of the movie Rust with Alec Baldwin, who I know a little bit, nobody would have got shot because he didn't have me on the movie set or someone like me that had a strict standard of the safety on the set is more important than anything else. Obviously, we're here for Mr. Costner, but yeah, is there any part where someone's going to be pointing a gun at or around his direction?
Who said that? You did on the chair? Yeah. One has action, one doesn't have action. Yeah.
Ouais. David, donc attends. Là, on en fait peut-être une idée. Because I would have turned and said, who's this who's never been in the military, never been in law enforcement, never had any government agency say, you are now an expert in firearms.
You don't do that. You violated your duty by not giving notice to others. And if somebody picks up the gun and they use it, you're part of that chain of tragedy and you're negligent. Because if you'd done what you're supposed to do, nobody would have been shot.
I've never had a bodyguard assignment. Everybody always say, you were security, but no, I was always with you, making shit happen. I was really Shug's right hand.
The fact of the matter is that everybody in his entourage has blood on their hands, period. There's always excuses after the fact.
One of Reggie's problems was that Reggie didn't have the executive protection background that we all had.
So let's get real here. By his own words, he wasn't focused on and frankly, didn't care about the bodyguard problem. He knew about the radio issue, but didn't fix that either. And the amazing thing is that he admitted to the 2023 grand jury that he went to the MGM. saw the crowd, knew about the security issues, and just bailed. Of course, he's also tried to walk back the gun problem by saying it only applied to Club 662.
He frauded. Reggie the Rat Right Jr. is a fucking lie.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, maybe just built an app.
Impossible. Internet can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
They're told they can't have guns. Michael Moore refused, and he was pulled off of Tupac.
Frank and I would speak up about it. You know, we would say, hey, Reggie, you know, you should do it this way, and this is why. Or you should do it this way, and this is why. And I think he was so busy being the boss that his employees couldn't tell him how or what to do when all we were trying to do was educate him a little bit.
Reggie told all hip hop that I never said. They told us not to carry our guns in that meeting. He said that in my book, I wrote that I didn't carry my gun on purpose.
Wow.
Let me tell you, Reggie, I did write that we were told not to carry guns in my book, Got Your Back. You need to get your glasses on and read it.
The bad guy is not willing to trade his life for the life of the target. That would be a suicide bomber. The bad guy, the majority of the time, he wants to shoot him and get away. He can't do that if 16 guys are shooting back at him. He's either going to be dead or they're going to catch him. Point being that when you take away the firearms, you take away the weapons, when you make all your guys work on arm, it is a bright red flashing warning light that you need to turn to your client, Tupac Shakur, and say, hey, Tupac, this plan is bullshit. It's like they're setting you up to be killed. It could get you killed. I refuse to do it because I care more about your safety than keeping my job.
I've never had a bodyguard assignment. Everybody always say, you a security, but no, I was always with Suge, making shit happen. I was really Suge's right hand.
Damn liar.
There's a movie called The Bodyguard with Kevin Costner. And as you know, I've been Kevin Costner's personal bodyguard. Kevin is filming a TV movie where he's playing himself directing the movie. I led a 7-man protective detail, and we were originally told just have one guy stand outside the trailer. And I said, no, I'm not going to do that. This is Kevin Costner. He's a huge movie star, huge TV star. That's the first order I had to disobey for his safety. They threatened to fire me several times. We want one guy to stand at the trailer. No, I'm bringing 7 guys.
There were every gun-toting crook, you know, in that echelon of people.
That's what I was doing. I went to MGM, saw that shit was hectic and all that. Frank and Tupac, won't be honest, Tupac called, cussing, going on. And that was the last thing Tupac ever said to me in life.
The security was a mess in Vegas, and he's throwing his hands up, blaming everyone else for not telling him things. You are the director of security for a multi-million-dollar label. How is it not on you to communicate with your own employees?
All the people in my group at one time or another have got together as a group and told me, let's go talk to the client. Their plan is dangerous and it's going to get somebody killed. And we went and spoke to them as a client, as a group, directly to the client. That if they would have done that, I believe that Tupac Shakur would have kept them. He would have changed the plan back to something safe. And most importantly, he would have come to a realization that Reggie Wright Jr. did not have his best intentions at heart, did not have his true safety at heart, and in fact were making decisions that could get him killed.
And in fact, it did get him killed.
It's clear he cared more about Club 662 than the life of Tupac.
Everybody cared about Park having the right amount of security. At all, period.
Because he knew, allegedly, Tupac, well, it really was supposed to have been for Suge. Allegedly, Suge wasn't going to make it. Because y'all got to remember, it wasn't, I don't think this was so much over Tupac at the end of the movie. I believe it was over Reggie Wright and trying to take over Death Row. Because as you seen, soon as that happened, he took on Suge Knight property while he was locked up. So things like that. And Miss LA, where's you at? Miss LA, where's you at? Because you've been messing around allegedly with everybody. You was messing. Ain't you married to Dr. Dre or got a baby by Dr. Dre and like all type of stuff going on? So you was messing with Reggie the Red Wright Jr. also, and they said Tupac, you know.
No one cares. It was not mentioned at all. No one cares.
Do you really think that Frank Alexander would ditch his gun if the only place he couldn't have it was Club 662? And if not having a gun was so important, then why would they pull Michael Moore off Tupac when he was the only one vocal about not ditching his gun? And take him over to the club where no guns were allowed.
It just didn't add up. It didn't add up. Reggie was so weird. I'm gonna tell you another thing. Let's look at Reggie's thing. Why would Reggie never, ever went to that club? He turned it over to Al every time. He turned it over to you. Right. He turned it over to Marcus the time before that. He was never there. And he was never there. Why was he so insistent on being there? And I asked him. When I first got to the club, I said, Reggie, why are you here? Aren't you going to shoot?
I feel like when Reggie Wright allegedly didn't accomplish what he was trying to do, I guess the next step was to hit Biggie or hit Puffy to make it seem like it really was an East Coast West Coast war, because what he told his dad, and this is documented, he told his dad that that's what it was about, that the Southside Crips allegedly did that to Tupac. So you already had this made up.
No, I got to take Harris Street at the club. And guess what? What did he do different? Nothing. Nothing at all. He did nothing. He just was there.
Welcome to Iron Beam, the future of futures trading. With our
felt bad about him being assassinated. And the fact of the matter is that I've never once heard publicly the real and total breakdown that happened. What I've heard is everybody making excuses to make themselves look good. Well, they told me this. Well, they told me that. Well, this happened or that happened. That's why I'm going to shift the blame to someone else.
I received a call from Reggie about 11:15 at night. I mean, he was just, a tape was worth $1 million. If I'd had the tape, just cursing me out about how I should have got on the plane and this and that. And, Shug's upset, all these people down here. And, it's only Frank with Tupac. And so I said to him, well, you have all these cops over here at 662. Why don't you have the cops over there with him? And Reggie was, I could tell, I know Reggie well enough, and I know you well enough, that he was agitated or something in his voice. And my statement to him is, why would you just have Frank with him when you got all these other cops? And just Kev, he just don't know. This is their number one artist. I mean, he's as high profile as they get. And you're paying for all the security. I mean, you got all these guys at the club.
What is your current relationship with Reggie Wright, head of Right Way Security? There is none. He was harsh in his firing me. I actually left Death Row on my own accord.
No, I haven't been in contact with him. I haven't seen Reggie now in about 3 years or more than that.
I have no relationship with Reggie Wright at this time, nor do I plan to.
I guess the way to sum Reggie up is he was just selfish, and he didn't treat us right.
Reggie is not honest, and I want to leave it at that.
He's a liar.
We were a tight-knit group, and Reggie didn't see that. He didn't appreciate that, and he tried to come between it many times by paying someone a little bit more than the next person, or cheating somebody on this and on that.
And one thing I knew, obviously this whole thing was starting to fall apart. Like I said, at one point or another, Reggie and I were like brothers. Okay, at one point or another, there's nothing I wouldn't do for Reggie. And I think vice versa at one time. But Reggie always told me he was so far in now, there's no way to turn it around.
something's wrong. The pieces of this whole situation, it just doesn't fit.
It's curious to me that you have 4 of the bodyguards closest to Tupac, and somehow not one of them left on good terms, and not one of them had anything good to say about Wright.
And with the exit of Frank Alexander, Kenneth Archer, and Les Golden, it looked as if Death Row was going to step up to a different type of police officer for its security.
I was working the Kevin Gaines shooting when I was contacted by an officer named Ken Knox out of, I think it was either West Valley Division or Devonshire Division. Knox had heard I was investigating an officer-involved shooting, and I think he'd heard my victim in this shooting was working with Death Row Records in some capacity.
I mean, you're right that Kenneth Knox is probably the most underrepresented character in this story because he was the very first guy to get on the fact that there were all these cops working for Death Row Records. He sort of stumbled into it. He was the senior lead officer, which is, it's an elite position, and there's just one at every LAPD station. And he was responding to citizen complaints about activity at Death Row's studios. So he's back and forth with this guy, and the guy says, well, you know, one of the people who sits here is one of your own guys. What?
Anybody that says that LAPD officers were not working security for Death Row Records is 100% wrong. Period. You had Chief Bernard Parks on camera, specifically even naming David Mack and Rafael Perez as 2 officers that were working.
That's these are 2 cops. David Mack and Rafael Perez. That's the 2 characters that what's the name played in Training Day.
Security for Death Row Records. That's indisputable. Okay? You've got numerous employees that we did interviews with that stated, yes, these police officers were always around Death Row Records. They had all these after parties from award shows. Wherever they went, there was no better relationship than having a cop with you that has a gun and a badge.
He's finding out that there are a number of other LAPD officers working for Death Row Records, and that there are higher-ups that already know it. It's already been, he goes to his superior who says, yeah, we know that. They shut him down, basically. They got him alone in a room and threatened him and told him his career was over. And, you know, the one thing he did do was pass it on to Russ Poole.
Reggie Wright Jr. was the head of Rightway Securities and provided security for Death Row Records. For him to say that no LAPD officers, other than a couple that we've mentioned, that he was not aware of any of these other officers, such as Mack or Perez or Durden or Martin or Gaines, provided security at Death Row. Reggie's either the worst manager of all time of providing security, or he's just a fucking liar. Or both in this case, to be honest with you. He is. And it's a fact.
With the LAPD now officially running interference for cops working for Death Row, and Reggie Wright converting Death Row assets away from Marion Knight, and a narrative blaming Orlando Anderson for the Tupac killing on the rise, there looked to be no stopping the untouchable Death Row Records.
Hey man, can you share your...
That's what I just was telling y'all. Reggie Wright took Suge property from up under him.
Perpetrator put out on that particular day. But you don't really know me. You don't. So you don't know what I'm capable of doing or not doing.
He's a lunatic. Like, you can see that shit in his eyes. That boy deranged. Like, do y'all believe what that boy say? He's a fucking liar. Like Phil Carson said.
Las Vegas. It's not like, people want to go to Las Vegas and I got my hand up first talking about let's go to Las Vegas. It's just Las Vegas has been more of a pitfall and bad memories for me than anything else. Michael Moore told me to get out of Vegas. He says, get your stuff, Frank, get out of the hotel, don't tell no one anything. If Reggie and them call you, don't call them back, don't answer your phone, just leave. Get your stuff, Frank. Michael Moore told me to get out of Vegas. He says, get your stuff, Frank, get out of the hotel, don't tell no one anything. If Reggie and them call you, don't call them back, don't answer your phone, just leave. Get the hell out of Vegas. And ironically, as I was driving home, Reggie Wright called me and he goes, hey, Suge, want to talk to you. So I take the phone call and it's Suge and he goes, hey, Frank. He goes, man, I know that, you know, this has bothered you. I know that you're upset. You know, we're all upset. You know, why don't you come over to the house tomorrow? We're going to take the boat and jet skis and go out to Lake Mead and, you know, go jet skiing and stuff like that, right? I told Suge, I said, I'm halfway home. I said, I'm you know, just about back home. And he was like, oh, okay, you know. And then that was the end of it. Now, what was his motive for wanting to tell me to come to Lake Mead, let's go get on the jet skis and, you know, go boating and stuff like this? Well, you know, it could have been another headline. Frank Alexander dies in Lake Mead from a boating accident or jet ski accident, something like that.
Fucking jet skiing. You see how somebody can just get pulled up like that?
For a short period of time, in the wake of the Shakur and Wallace killings, it looked like Death Row Records was living up to the hype about being untouchable. It had helped create a narrative being fed to the Vegas police, and at the same time, it was misdirecting Vegas away from interviewing key Death Row employee witnesses who were there on the night of the shooting. It had broken ties with any bodyguard who had personally interacted with Shakur for plausible deniability in any negligence investigation, and now they were aligned with a silenced Los Angeles Police Department. But there was one detective that had already been exposed to cops who were not who they said they were. So when Reggie tried to work the same friendly informant routine that he had with other departments, this guy wasn't having any of it. He actually drew a connection between that veneer and possible involvement in the Wallace homicide. His name was Russell Poole.
As soon as I took over the Biggie case, immediately start seeing connections between corrupt LAPD officers and the Death Row organization. Some guys were working for Reggie Wright Jr., but what I was more concerned about was that we had our cops hanging out with drug-dealing felons.
Unlike shows that have shown Russ to be a lone wolf, it wasn't like that at all. He wasn't obsessed with wall-mounted items, you know, showing how obsessed he was with a case. It was nothing like that. Russ was a family guy. You know, he loved his children.
There are two individuals, or actually three individuals, who speak about Russ Poole and his specific investigation of the murder of Biggie. And one is a guy by the name of Sergio Robledo, who you could make a case might be one of the most respected LAPD homicide investigators to ever walk the earth. And he loved Russ Poole. He said Russ Poole's work was impeccable, and Russ was right.
Russell was a family man, and he was a devoted detective. He was committed to finding the truth the way he felt that he would want on any case relating to anybody in his family.
He was very, very dedicated, and I don't care who the victim was. Russ was going to find out who did it.
Alert! Radar contact! Enemy unit! All hands to battle station!
On my way!
Immerse yourself in a thrilling naval story.
Incoming aircraft!
and assemble an armada of over 800 ships from the first half of the 20th century.
It's a battleship!
You know, the kind of work he did took him away a lot. But when he was home, he was home. And very much was, you know, a family guy.
He was already a detective. His normal shift, you know, Monday through Friday. A lot of times he would come home at night, 5, 6, 7 o'clock. We got into the riots in 92. There was a point, I think he had already been on shift for a while, got home. I think, my mom said he even had a couple of beers already. And he got called right back in and was gone for at least 48 hours, you know, because they were all on tactical alert. And this stuff was happening in that South Bureau homicide area where he worked. So they had to make sense of, you know, because I know murders were still happening during the riots in that area.
Russ and I met at South Bureau homicide. And when I came, he was already there when I got there.
And he was working as hard as much as they were. There was a period of time where one year they had a super extra amount of homicides.
It was just record-breaking. Newton homicide in 1 year. If you're talking about a 2 or 3 square mile division that had 125 murders in 1 year, it was unheard of.
In the first year that I was there, they had 429 murders of young people, which is an alarming amount by anybody's standard. Certainly today, the whole city don't have that many.
Working South Bureau homicide when Russ Cool was there and I was there, it was a record break. I had 325 murders in 1 year. You were never home.
So we had approximately 21 teams of homicide investigators, 22, 23 teams, and Russ was in one of them.
I didn't know Sergio to start with. I know he was the lieutenant and the head of South Bureau Homicide, their unit, and Russ would talk about him and tell him what a wonderful man he was, and very experienced, and knew his stuff, and he could go to him about anything.
I understand perspective on this, okay?
No.
We need to get to the truth on who assaulted him, and I want you to tell me the truth.
Right.
What Hewitt told you and what other officers have told you.
Russ was the type of individual that would get there before work. I know that sometimes when I had spent the night working on other murders, and he would be coming in for his tour, he would be there early, make sure that he chatted with everyone. He had to know what was going on. He was conversing with the senior detectives that were there, other detectives, and also working on his own cases.
If and when somebody gets booked for this assault on this guy, we're going to be going to court, and some people are going to be testifying in a court of law. Okay, and perjury is a very serious thing to me. I would never lie.
We had this whole conversation.
Okay.
My partner was in the military reserve and was gone when I got there. So I picked up the cases he had, and so I had to get whoever to go out with me or do things. I had to find whoever wasn't doing anything. And so a lot of times Russ would be there after hours and ask me to go with me, and we ended up actually handling a couple of homicides together.
He got promoted, went to Wilshire Division. It was a lot slower than he was used to in his South Bureau Division when dealing with homicides. So I think he went back to South Bureau Homicide briefly. Then he was promoted to the Robbery Homicide Division. At that point, I know he was always talking about things just because, it was stuff that everybody would see on the news that he was involved with.
And I liked to work with him because he was basically the kind of person I like to work with. This is straightforward, straight up there, no nonsense.
Well, when I met him, he was just a really nice guy. Really nice guy, fun-loving guy. We seemed to both of us like sports. We like music. And so one of the first dates he had taken me on was a Beach Boys concert. And It was a lot of fun. And we just loved doing that. We just, before we actually, I don't even know if you call it a real date. At that time, we just like doing things together.
Russ was a type of individual that was absolutely tenacious and
Well, like I say, do what you want to do. You keep on doing the good work out there and keep on doing what you're doing. Okay? You make your own decisions. You're grown up. Okay? You make your own decisions. You can take our advice or not. It's up to you. Yeah.
Not everything else.
This concludes this interview. It's 1925 hours.
Now, I used to think I was a fast typer. 65 words per minute. That's pretty good, right? Watch this. I'm going to write the same email 2 ways. Typing with my keyboard.
The thing about it, a lot of these cops was crooked. A lot of them came in crooked. A lot of them became crooked. They was just crooked.
he had been in homicide quite some time. And so he would solve murders that were old murders, and then he'd solve new ones.
I was interested in somebody else, so I thought. And he came to, it was a guy in a band, and he came to the show with a friend, came to the show and told me that, how he felt about me. And I just said, well, I don't think I can, I don't think I feel the same way.
That was a time when we would go to crime scenes and we'd be getting shot at the crime scene while investigating the crime. So it was a very different world.
And I could see the look on his face.
We go to crime scenes and we'd be getting shot at the crime scene while investigating the crime. So it was a very different world.
And I could see the look on his face. And I thought about it, and that he had so much more to offer. But then I thought I would lose my best friend. I mean, it was like a best friend. I thought I would lose my friend if we started dating. That wouldn't work out. You can't do both. And little did I know.
He liked to consider himself a crime scene specialist that would really be able to understand absent witnesses, absent anything, what truly could have happened. It's more of a science at that point, and it was something.
What happened with him with the Pac case?
You solved a murder case, not for you, not for LAPD, but for the family of the victim, no matter who they were. The family had a right to know what happened to their child, sister, brother, mother, father, whoever. They had the right to know what happened. And Russ was always very good about staying in contact with families all the way through the court system, if there was fortunately an arrest and what have you, all the way through.
I know later on in his life, when he left the LAPD, he sort of was tracking down and also investigating the murder of Tupac along with the murder of Biggie. And I think Russ, say what you want, had a inherent gene within him that he wanted to solve murders for families, right? That's what he did his whole career, right? He solved murders for family members who were murdered.
Every bit of it, he could not get enough. It was intense. It certainly would draw everything out of the best out of you.
My personal experience with Russ is that he didn't come to conclusions unless he had evidence. And I mean evidence, not just rumor. He didn't do that. He wasn't that type of a detective. He wasn't going to, come and say somebody did this unless he had information from somebody or witness information or some kind of physical evidence that would tell him that.
In an interview room that should have been taken care of that night, and it didn't. Now it's turned into a criminal investigation. Could have been handled, but that's what internally, and that's what you're missing. You're part of being a pillar of a beating. You were told the next day by your informant of what occurred, and nothing. You didn't. Did you go to a supervisor and say, "Hey, my informant tells me that you would beat the shit out"? I told him exactly what he told me. Yeah, but did you tell him your opinion? Hey, my informant, I think he would beat the shit out of me. Did I tell him? How can you know? But I'm telling you something like, that's what I'm saying. It's reached this far. It happened in February. Look where how is it occurred?
Russ was out there. I mean, Russ, what you saw was what you got. And Russ was, when anybody met him, a nice guy, shake your hand and hello, nice to meet you. And everybody knew Russ. Anywhere we went, he'd run into somebody that knew him from somewhere, you know. He was always, he never had a hard time talking to anybody. Me, I was more shy. Wasn't that outgoing or whatever. But, oh yeah, him, he'd just go up and just meet somebody, no matter who they were. He'd say, they're just people. I go, don't you get nervous around, you know, like Sylvester Stallone or whatever. Goes, no, they're just people.
Russell's involvement in the Biggie case had more to do that he was given, he was there in the initial part, and then he was given to do some interviews on an unrelated case, which is the Perez case, and he ended up getting involved in interviews that he thought connected the two things.
He did the Liga Gaines shooting, he was on Biggie, and he was doing Rampart all at the same time.
There were some excessive uses of force that were alleged during the Rafael Perez case. And Russ was asked to go and help the Rampart team investigate some of those excessive uses of force.
I don't think he was an inmate, just a detainee that got beaten in the Rampart station by these two cops that denied it.
And during that time, he found information on Rafael Perez and other people that were involved in that whole mess that he felt related to the case that he had been on earlier, which was the Biggie Smalls case.
It was at that time where I also showed that he did start getting a frustration with his co-workers, his peers at Robert Helmish's side, because they just treated it as, you know, oh, they were the top guys. They could do whatever they want whenever they wanted when it came to actually doing work. A lot of them spent time on the golf course, you know, during work hours, things like that. He was not down with that at all.
According to Russell, he was concerned that he had become the object of trying to protect the Perez and the Max and those kind of people from being investigated thoroughly. And he felt that he now had become the object of the anger of trying to keep him from looking at those things.
When he got into like Rafael Perez and David Mack, you know, they're connected to death row also, and then everything he was finding, and there was 40 pages of a report that they edited down to 2 pages and just kind of like put it to the side. So his work was not an official record. It was this 2-page report. And he said, you know, it was from there I could tell he was getting frustrated, and this was still in 97.
And he was accustomed to investigating things to as far as he wanted to go. And so when somebody blocked him, that really caused him problems.
But, you know, had we been able to aggressively investigate and had the heart to connect the two and do a thorough investigation, I think we probably would have found out more information.
Well, there had been over 20 officers that were working at death row off and on. Some of them came from Compton PD, some of them came from Long Beach PD, some of them came from other law enforcement organizations, including LAPD. So people worked off duty. Cops working in the entertainment industry is historic.
I think the fact that law enforcement officers were working for death row, and that was a scandal in itself, okay?
There were 2 levels of security that were involved in any of these things. One was the gangs themselves would bring their groupies and their little gang entourage there that would act as bodyguards. And then there were civilian bodyguards, and then there were rent-a policeman type situations. And so what happened at the LRA in that particular case, several of the death row bodyguards were involved in beating up Treetop Pyrus and other gang members were involved in beating up an individual who was from the opposing gangs, the Crips versus the Bloods situation. They ended up killing the guy, and there were several security people. And to this day, I wonder what the heck the homicide detectives or the supervisors of that division, why they didn't investigate that properly and to the full extent. That causes concern. That's misconduct to me.
The fact that law enforcement officers were working for gangsters, known felons, basically organized crime, because it was no secret that Death Row Records was involved in drug trafficking.
Phil Carson, as an FBI agent, signed
But it's crazy because they put it on Keefe D.
Russ Poole up as a confidential source and a confidential informant in the course of his investigation. And Phil Carson has said over and over, Russ Poole was on the right path. Russ Poole was right.
He talked to me about the Tupac thing and was really concerned because of the investigation and where it was going, and he was getting stonewalled. And I had told him that, you need to be careful the way, don't push it too much because you're going to get blackballed.
Oh, yeah, I know he was investigating the missing cocaine out of the evidence locker. Found out who did it. He investigated it, opened a big can of worms. And when certain players, he got all the players involved, had reported his information to the chief of police, and he was told to turn over all his evidence, all his paperwork, everything, all his files, all his discs, everything to the police. He wanted him to stop investigating right then and there.
And he told me that he was certainly disenfranchised with the fact that he felt that it was not handled the way it should have been handled, and that his reports were rewritten, not to his satisfaction.
He said just shut him down, and shut him down. He was crushed. He was, after being taken off Biggie, the Wallace case, and then having this taken from him, he was, he didn't understand it. He was crushed. He goes, everything he learned was you get the case, the murder, the body. You go and investigate it. You follow through everything from minute one all the way through court, if you're fortunate enough to make an arrest. And you follow it from A to Z, and then it's done. That's the way he learned. That's the way he was trained. You follow through everything. You follow leads. You don't leave any stone unturned. Even if it doesn't seem important, it could be, and he knew that.
He was a man of honor, integrity. If you look at his, past history within the LAPD, it was stellar. You don't end up in LAPD robbery homicide because you're not a good investigator and you don't have your shit together.
It really is, but he would investigate it and thoroughly. And he just didn't understand. I don't think he comprehended that, why they took that from him. He did the work, and it's taken from him again.
Then ultimately, when he brought up to the chief that there's a bunch of vigilante cops, especially in Rampart Division, cops had to have been involved with the killing of Biggie, just because of the connection of all those officers with Death Row Records, and just being told, no, don't investigate them by the chief of police. And then turns out he's linked to these guys too, personally, like his personal life. So
I was upstairs in the bedroom. I don't know if I was getting ready. I don't know what I was doing up there at the time. Doesn't matter. He came home from work. It was early evening. And he comes in, he's, taking his his badge off. He's taking everything, puts it on top of his chest of drawers, and he looks at me and goes, you know what? He goes, I think I'm going to quit my job. And I said, what? He goes, I'm going to quit. He goes, I can't, I can't do this. He goes, I can't work like that. He goes, I can't do this. He said, there's something wrong here, and that's not what I signed up for.
Russ Poole was never allowed to actually do his fucking job.
Say you have knowledge of something and you have verification that this knowledge is truthful, it's good, you know what it is, but no one will listen to you and no one will act on it. And you're the kind of person that say, I have absolute video evidence that this guy is a bank robber, and I have him doing a bank robbery, and I have him identified, but nobody will let you arrest him. And so you're looking at it like, wait a minute, I know this guy's a bank robber, but nobody wants me to arrest him. Why? Why can't I go arrest him and solve the crimes? And it can be very frustrating when you're the kind of person that, you need to have, for lack of a better term, closure on your investigations.
And he said, I worked my butt off, everything's taken away from me. And he said, I just don't understand it. And he goes, I just can't work that way. And I go, well, Russ, you can't quit. I said, how about go to another division, take a desk job for a while, or take some time off. Just take your vacation time or whatever, and just think about this. And before you do anything.
I told Russ, you gotta be careful. But Russ, knowing him, I knew he couldn't just let it go.
Yeah, a year and a half to go before he would get his pension. I said, there's got to be something else you can do. I said, any other division would love to have you. I said, you love patrol, and he didn't really say anything. He just kind of, the next thing I knew, he sent the letter in. I know he had talked to people in the meantime. I know he may have talked to Sergio for all I know. And I know he talked to his dad. But I understood it, but I was scared to death. Well, what were we going to do? Yeah, we got 3 kids to support. I can't support them on my pay. And so it was a really tough time.
All these people they kind of brush it off because they think he's, making it up. He's a whistleblower. These guys are sensational. I don't think so. He had evidence and he needed to follow up on a lot of things and was not allowed to. And so when you're in a position and the chief of police tells you can't do something, you can't.
Kevin Mackey.
You just can't do it while you're still in the department. So eventually when he left, he was able to do whatever he wanted and he could continue trying to at least investigate what he could when he was no longer with the department.
Russ Poole's legacy should be a legacy of truth. So anyone that wants to go on social media and say Russ Poole at the end of his career lost his way, Russ Poole did this, Russ Poole did that, you know what? You need to take a walk off a fucking short pier because all Russ Poole did was good police work.
He was very, very dedicated, and I don't care who the victim was. Russ was going to find out who did it, and that's the way I felt about it. Is that I don't care who you are, no one has the right to kill you.
Going back to Russ, when he brought me all it, when he told me about the show and everything else, I told him, I love you dearly. Show me the money. Show me the facts. So I traveled. I went and read 43 books during most of the next week and a half. And I became convinced that the essence of his concerns were appropriate. I don't care what Russ said. I happen to believe what Russ said. Now that I verified it with some documentation. And that's really important to his credibility. And my credibility will be a science of looking for facts. It's everything.
But Russ Poole, he was solid. And because he was wrong, I think he had like 18 years in And what he went through and what LAPD did to him was horrible. One of the hills that I will always stand on is when I hear people like Reggie Jr. or Greg Kading that just go after Russ and try to make up these false narratives about him, and Russ isn't here to kind of protect himself or back himself.
That's because Reggie Wright and Chris K and allegedly, according to sources, was trying to control the narrative. That's what it looked like. Because Chris K wrote like 4 books, didn't he? And Chris K allegedly involved in this Reggie Wright situation. He got to come testify allegedly. So it's like, it's different.
I'll be there to protect his name because he was a good man, he was a great detective, and he was wronged by LAPD.
Chris K is sneaky ass. Chris K is a sneaky mud. Yeah.
Cypher. They tried to push this narrative. They tried to do it through the Vegas investigation, and it didn't work. The next time that they tried to push the narrative, they tried to push it through a reporter by the name of Chuck Phillips with a newspaper called the LA Times, and that didn't work. They tried it again in the Wallace investigation by trying to push the narrative on Russell Poole, the LAPD detective working the Wallace investigation, and that didn't work either. So they tried one last time to push the Orlando Anderson narrative by introducing a new character by the name of Dwayne Keefe Davis, Orlando Anderson's uncle. This theory was pushed forward by an ex-LAPD cop by the name of Greg Kading and his book called Murder Rap.
One of the problems that happened out in Las Vegas was that there was a lot of mistrust with local law enforcement in Los Angeles, particularly Compton PD. Right. You've got Reggie Wright employing Compton police officers working death row. Vegas was not sure who to trust, not sure whose team people were on.
Greg Kading enjoyed a personal relationship with the U.S. prosecuting attorney who was prosecuting the Ramos case, and his name was Tim Searwright. One day, Greg Kading approached Tim Searwright and asked Tim Searwright if he could have a proffer session with a man by the name of Dwayne Davis, because Mr. Davis was going to offer some additional information on a drug case that they happened to be working. It just so happened that this Dwayne Davis might also have information related to the murder of Tupac Shakur. Now, of course, Mr. Searwright could care less about a state crime. He's a federal prosecutor. So a murder case and the murder of Tupac Shakur had been 20 years old by that point. Mr. Searwright didn't care about that, but he did care about the drug case that they were trying to prosecute. And for that reason, he let Mr. Kading go ahead and do that.
One of the problems here is there's a lot of reference going on to the FBI or the feds, but you got to remember that this is not a federal investigation. This is basically isolated to Las Vegas. It's an isolated murder, and the feds don't have any authority within it. So the federal agencies are not going to just take over a murder investigation unless it's part of a much broader investigation.
I'll interject what you're saying. First of all, I'm a retired police officer. I was the undercover agent for the FBI for 4 years for Death Row Records in regards to racketeering investigation. My supervisor was Dan McMullen of the FBI Wilshire office. Dan is, I believe, now in Seattle, which you can verify. John Ciccione, the ATF agent, was also my supervisor. My job, as I said, was to infiltrate death row for racketeering violations. There was another officer from Long Beach PD who worked undercover.
I met with Kevin Hackey on numerous occasions. He has stated publicly that he was an FBI informant, so I'm not going to tell you he wasn't. I had nothing but good experiences with Kevin. He seemed to provide information that I was able to go out and independently corroborate. But the relationship that I had with Kevin was nothing but good and positive, and the information that he provided. There's a reason that he had a working relationship with the FBI and the ATF.
Subsequently, Reggie Wright was my partner. I'd known Reggie for many years. Based upon that, that's why I was called in to do this investigation. Okay, but what you basically just said, the FBI did take over the case. And obviously, as most of you do know, there is no statute of limitations on murder.
I was aware of all that. I didn't want to front you off. But nonetheless, you do have to understand, the FBI does not have jurisdiction over a singular murder. Okay, I'm explaining this to you so you know. Okay, they were looking at something much broader.
Let me correct you on one thing, okay? Tupac Shakur was a suspect in a racketeering investigation.
There's the key word.
So at that point in time, it became federal jurisdiction.
Okay, you clarified that that's the key word.
Mr. Kading was never in charge of the Tupac case. In 2006, LAPD allowed him to lead a so-called task force on the Biggie Smalls case, which was Russell Poole's case in 1997. So he puts together his own suicide squad of detectives, and rounding out the roster,
You guessed it, Tim Brennan.
Kading's investigation didn't seem very open-minded. Within 2 months of starting the task force, Chuck Phillips of the LA Times is already laying out the roadmap. And 4 years later, they end up at the same place they started. Tim Brennan's Anderson narrative.
It was listed to Keefe D.
So I was working in the public corruption unit out of the LAF, or LA Field Division. I was doing police corruption cases. I was involved in 2 major police corruption cases involving LAPD officers. A good friend of mine was one of the co-case agents on the David Mack bank robbery. And so I was very knowledgeable in all those areas. And one night I was watching, it was in MTV or VH1, and I saw a documentary on the Biggie Smalls murder. And they were talking about, you know, LAPD officers possibly being involved. And as I'm watching it, a lot of it made sense. And then some of it, I was going to hold it. That's not correct because of my knowledge from working these other cases. So I went to my bosses, told them about this. I wrote up about like a, I don't know, 15 or 14 page report analysis of kind of summarizing these cases and how they're tied together and how it would bleed over into the killing of Biggie Smalls and what I believed was the orchestration of LAPD that was involved in committing that crime. And I met with all my bosses. They read through it and they said, there's something here. And again, they decide if there's enough there to open up a full field investigation. I don't decide that on my own. So they said, yeah, you know what? There is something here. We're moving forward on this. And so they opened up a new case. They made me the case agent and just started doing the investigation then. I've never met Greg Kading. I've never talked to Greg Kading. I know the FBI had one person that was part of that task force. I've talked to a couple people that were on that task force, and their jurisdiction was not the Tupac murder. It just wasn't. And Kading, for whatever reason, started kind of going down that alleyway.
But as Detective Kading was trailblazing a case that was arguably Las Vegas jurisdiction, back at home, his Torres Ramos case was in full nuclear meltdown.
I've used it in October in the
known and still am as a gang expert in the defense world also. So they called me and I went down and talked to them about the case and told them, yeah, I'd be glad to, you know, to work on it with you and be more than happy. So I got retained and started working on it and got into it and found out that I don't understand the gang issues. There's no real gang involvement in this. And I'm basically there as a police practices expert at that time in court. And so they're having discussion and testimony about, you know, informants and things and Kading and all that. And he's up there and testifying and on. And then the defense calls me and I get on the witness stand and they're asking me. And I said, yeah, this is how you deal with informants. This is a department protocol, and there, you know, there's a manual. There wasn't when I was on, but there is now. And the judge
he turned over and asked me, he says, well, what is your assessment, or how do you feel that Detective Katie handling of these informants? And I said, he sounded like he was totally out of control and totally out of policy to me, Your Honor. He did not follow the correct procedure. And he goes, okay. And then the judge told the U.S. attorney that I want to see the informant manual. Well, there isn't one, Your Honor. Katie's telling the federal prosecutor there is no such thing. Well, we know there is. And he said, I want that manual in my office in 1 hour. And they went and got it. And so that basically put Katie in a real cross, because he has testified that there is no such thing. And there was. But the federal prosecutor believed Katie that there wasn't anything, and there was. And then you saw exactly what I laid out as to how it's to be handled. Well, come to find out, and I listened to a lot of the tapes of him and his informants. Why he taped himself, I'll never know. Because he's promising these guys houses and money and all these things. I need you to say this, I need you to say that. And then I have phone conversations of the informant telling other guys, yeah, all I had to do, I have to say this, and that. I'm at 400 grand, I'm gonna get a $500,000 home, I'm gonna be living there, I'm gonna be living high on the hog, I'm gonna be doing it. Bro, and all this, and I'm like, you can't promise people anything. You can't buy informants. You can't offer them anything for that. You have to tell them that I can't give you any. I have no authority to give you anything. I will promise you.
Who would believe that? So you're going to get $500,000 if you testify like that. Who would believe him anyway? I mean, really, are they that gullible?
Well, it was on tape. You didn't have to believe him. It was on tape. That's why I don't understand why he taped himself when he visited these guys alone. He never had a partner with him, and he never had a witness or anything, but he taped himself. He even taped himself on the phone, and I just don't understand the mentality of someone that's a seasoned officer or detective that he knows they're taping this. My understanding is that when the case was, almost all the charges were dismissed. There were some minor bookkeeping things the feds had on Torres, and he got some real tiny conviction on some housekeeping and bookkeeping things or something, and everything else was dismissed. The murder, the drug, all that stuff was all kicked out, was not guilty by jury, and then the judge informed Katie that I don't ever want to know or see or hear of you being in the federal court building, and you're never allowed in my courtroom ever again. And made mention to the U.S. attorney that he feels that they should contact the department and let them know, what had transpired here.
You were around when they said that?
Yeah.
You were there?
Yeah, and so that's all I know. And then I never saw or heard of Katie again.
Right.
I've seen this with other detectives at LAPD on other cases in state court where they were caught in a lie on the witness stand, and the judge whitewashed it as they were just embellishing. They weren't really lying. And then when it gets back to the department, they slap their hand like, well, you can't be in homicide for 3 or 4 weeks, and then he's right back in. It's like nothing happens. Like any public entity, they don't want to take a hit in public that puts the reputation or anything of the department down. And so it's a common practice with just about anywhere. They don't want to take that kind of hit.
Here's what happens when something like that happens, is they give him a choice to retire, resign, or leave, or we'll continue this investigation. Now, if they do an investigation, when he comes to federal court, he's representing not only the case that he's working, he's representing the Los Angeles Police Department. So internal affairs can conclude their investigation any way they want to conclude it. And he was forced to leave. And so in their conclusion, they figure they got nothing to lose. Okay, the suspects, it would be an embarrassment for the LAPD to reveal that their detective on this case was responsible for releasing this killer. Because you got to remember, this Kading worked on other cases. So if they were not to clear him and condemn him and this and that, they would have problems with all of his other cases. So it's a shame that that's the way the system is sometimes. But in my opinion, they basically just cleared it on there. He's no longer on the police department, so they don't have to worry about him anymore. However, if they do an investigation and find he's a corrupt officer and he's lied on this, well, maybe he lied on all the other cases. They didn't want to open that can of worms.
Caught lying on the witness stand, it would have been the end of my career. I would have been fired. They wouldn't have whitewashed, they would have fired me. Because as that point of you lying, you are no longer any use to the department because you cannot testify on any case anymore. You're not trustworthy anymore. They can't use you anymore because you've already lied on the record in a courtroom, and therefore you have no credibility anymore, so therefore they can't use you.
He has no credibility. I couldn't trust him to work with him on the police department. He's self-absorbed, just like the LA Times reporter Chuck Phillips.
And while all this was said, there was a secret tape recording made of the session.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned the whole tape thing. I'll tell you this. The whole basis for his book, Murder Rap book, was that he did a proffer session with Keefe Davis, Keefe D, next to Jerry Hawkins in terms of distribution and all that. And the DEA was interested in Hawkins, and they were interviewing Keefe Davis proffer deal about that, and the FBI was there, and FBI does not allow their conversations to be recorded.
Correct.
Do you know that for a fact?
I've been in countless proffers with the FBI, the DEA, and all these task force. I worked for a federal defense attorney and all these gang RICO things, and then I got these proffers because I convinced our guy to help himself by giving me information, so I'm there. And yeah, the FBI doesn't want to tape record their interviews because they don't want people to know their interview techniques. And I'm like, I didn't understand that because so it made no sense other than you just don't want you on tape, getting late.
But they didn't have a policy. I mean, we're not taping the proffer session. So when a Kading shows up with a recorded conversation or a recording of the proffer session itself and uses this recording as evidence and publishes it in a book, sends it to the LA Weekly, sends this tape everywhere, it cannot possibly be a legitimate recording. I mean, it's a recording of the proffer session.
Yeah,
but
it could be a legitimate taping, but one he did without telling anybody.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm a private investigator. I got video pins and all kinds of nonsense. You could tape things without anybody knowing.
Right.
And if he taped it without telling them, then he's nobody now. He's just a civilian. But
for him to take recordings that maybe he recorded on his own and then take those recordings and then put them in or talk about that in a book or talk that to a documentary, I can't even get started on how horrible that is. I don't have that personal vendetta, even though some people may think that, against Craig Kading. I have a vendetta against any police officer that does the shit that Craig Kading has done, because it's wrong and it's incorrect and it gives law enforcement a bad name.
I can tell you this much. I believe after this movie comes out, you're going to see dozens of people that are going to come out of the woodwork that was what we started to find out, was the more people that we talked to, the more people started to have information that would have never have said anything.
Well, I don't know if people will be able to sleep happier, but they'll have more information. There will be some information that has come out that people never knew of, and that's mainly what the the picture is about. We're releasing this information showing that this investigation from Las Vegas, they missed some people.
Are you afraid of your life now?
Timeout, sports fans. Greg, there is some information that we want to make available from the movie. Frank was not privy to a lot of the interviews, and a lot of the information was done without his involvement. He wasn't present for some of the interviews. So I can say that there was some information that maybe he even saw later on after your call, because I was aware that you did call. Also, I think there was a little bit of confusion at the time because the information was regarding the Christopher Wallace investigation, and we weren't really sure that anything that we had would be directly relevant, and that was more of a judgment call. So if whatever we can do to reach out, we want to, because as you said, we'd all like to see this thing come to a head, really.
Yes. Granted.
Really.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem, sure.
But even early in his investigation, Kading was already making his frame fit the picture. And the likes of Frank Alexander, Kevin Hackey, and Michael Moore were clearly not a part of it. Anytime anyone goes up against the narrative, anytime new information is presented, there is an immediate response to try to spin the narrative back to it was Orlando Anderson and Keith Davis in the white Cadillac. And I think that once people figure out who the man behind the curtain is, they'll never think the same way about the murder of Tupac Shakur and Death Row Records.
Reggie's a big boy, I can take it. I ain't gonna tell no illegal acts. I only put mayors in jail, crooked mayors. I only go to the FBI on crooked mayors. Yeah. Niggas that I don't like. Cause you know I'm very, 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 y'all ain't learned anything about me? I'll get you. I'm very vindictive. That's me. I'll get you.
That ain't tell y'all about that bull. That Keefe D. It's in a heap of trouble, man. Listen, I'm gonna let y'all go. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe, man. I'm Giz out. Look.